Hello and welcome to the 2024 Spring Clash of the Armed Force Dungeon League. There we go. Hello again and welcome to the 2024 Spring Clash of the Armed Force Dungeon League. I am Einar Hulin, but that's far too difficult to say, so we're just going to stick with ease because that is way easier. I am happy to be one of your casters for this first day opening session of the AFDL, and with me is Driss.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here today. I get to participate in casting with the wonderful East, and we are very much looking forward to provide some coverage for the first AFDL Clash of the new season. Very excited to be here today.
It's an exciting time. I'm happy to be here with you, Driss. You're a bit of a veteran, which we'll get into a little bit in more ways than one. But you know, you've been part of this this competition for a while. And if you're tuning in, you don't really know what the AFDL is. Let me tell you, the AFDL is an organization that provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. We do have three teams from the US today, but we also have a Ukrainian team. Driss, how long have you been part of this?
Yeah, so I've gotten to be with the AFDL since it used to be known as the AFDC. I, for a majority of the time, have been fulfilling the role as the Air Force Gaming's team manager, team lead. Gotten to play a couple, gotten to be behind the scenes, help with casting, but I have been here for 2 years, 3 seasons. And it is a blast. I can honestly say, just from seeing how the preparations for this current season of AFDL is coming, there is a lot of improvements. There is a lot of great things going on, not only behind the scenes, but the teams are cooking. And it is looking, especially for this clash, to be quite the event to watch. I would almost dare say maybe even more eventful than our Winter Invitational only a couple months ago.
If you were here for the Winter Invitational, you know that it was things were happening. It was an eventful event. There was some interesting endings in the Waycrest Manor. We'll see if we end up being there today and how that plays out. This Spring Clash is indeed, like you said, Driz, it's very interesting because we have 4 teams that have all won a competition in the past year. We have the Coast Guard Gaming, which won first place in the 2023 Spring Clash. We have U.S. Army Esports, which won the Winter Invitational. We have Ukrainian WoW, which won the Fall Clash. And then we have Warrior GMR, which won the Summer Clash in 2023.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be good.
Ahead.
No, by all means. This is going to be quite literally a clash of titans. We have seen these teams perform at pretty high levels all of last season. They got some time to cook between the Winter Invitational and now. So we are definitely expecting this to be very cutthroat.
Yes, seriously. We have a couple things. We're very soon here going to actually announce the dungeon pool for the first day. If you're not sure, we're actually doing it right now. We're just going to jump straight into it. We have 3 dungeons announced today, and that's going to be Waycrest Manor, Galaxy's Fall, and Blackrook Hold. The second 2 are going to be announced the 4th tomorrow and the 5th on Sunday. We have Waycrest Manor with Fortified, Afflicted, and Bursting. Galaxy's Fall, Fortified, Incorporeal, and Bursting, and Blackrook Hold, Tyrannical, Volcanic, Raging. What are your thoughts on this lineup, Driz?
I personally think that these are going to be pretty great keys. For those that could remember from the Invitational, there wasn't a whole lot of love for Waycrest Manor. It was bolstering, it was devastating, but it made for a very fun watch at the end of the competition. Event staff have deemed it appropriate for the way that we ended our previous season for it to be the way that we start this new season of AFDL. I think The affixes are going to be slightly more forgiving than they were with the Invitational. And to be honest, across the board, I think we are going to be looking at the teams being able to get some pretty high key levels even on day one. Like if we end the day even with a 26 or a 27, to be completely honest with you, I would not be surprised.
Yeah. And for the format, for those of you watching, I see you in chat. It's great to see you guys being excited. All the teams will be starting with a 15 in each of these dungeons. And as they progress through these dungeons, they'll be able to push them higher and higher. It's a great push format, but they'll stick to one dungeon at a time. Or rather, they can jump between the dungeons, but if they +3 a 15 wake rest, they can then do an 18 wake rest, or they can go back down to a 15 fall, for example, or a 15 black rook. So they have to push each key as high as they can go. It'll be interesting to see which direction the teams decide to go. If they're just going to knock out the 15s, just push them all up to a more challenging level straight off the bat, or if they're going to go one at a time, go until they feel challenged, and then go back down to chill a little bit on a lower key. How do you prefer to do things like this since your previous competition days?
Well, the Air Force has always, we tend to have taken the approach to just kind of get everything to that 21 level, typically being able to go in and triple chest each key at least twice, kind of sets up the playing field. But every team can be different. Some of the teams in the past have decided to just kind of push a key up as high as they can. And then once they're started to kind of hit that wall, they have, like you said, that time to relax, unwind, and just take apart a 15 and being able to just have some fun with it. Like I said, I'm a little partial to kind of getting everything on the same field, but I'm sure we're going to see a couple different variations to how each team is going to approach the early stages of this competition.
Yeah, today we'll see a wide variety of not just the way they decided to push, but also the key levels. Obviously, in the beginning, it's going to be a little bit lower, but as we go through the day, we might very well see some people pushing on at 26, 27, while others are still, they decide to go back and do their 15. So we'll be able to jump back and forth a little bit. Whereas Saturday and Sunday, yes, the teams will have to start on a new key from 15 and push that up. But we'll probably see more higher keys generally on both Saturday and Sunday. We're not just doing this to have fun and play games, although that is a huge part of this, just being able to connect together. We also have a prize, and it's not a traditional prize. So the winning team will select a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. If you would like to support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, you can click the link below the stream, or you can type !donate in the chat. And your generosity is very much appreciated. It's a great cause, and we're very happy to be able to support such great charities.
Absolutely. It's always been a wonderful opportunity, even just speaking from not only the competitor side, but to include on the caster side, being able to kind of give back, though not a direct capacity, but being able to compete and foster a type of environment like the AFDL to give back to not only the charities, but also just to make those types of connections. Now, not always super familiar how other countries do it, but the U.S., our armed forces can be very quite competitive. But even with that competitiveness, the AFDL has been able to create this very joint community for people of similar backgrounds and that desire to not only love gaming, but in this case specifically World of Warcraft, to come together and just meet new people. So this is, if you want to kind of support that and foster this kind of now a global community, definitely recommend subscribing or donating in any capacity. It'll help the charities, and it will help the AFDL community grow and be able to kick off such awesome events.
Absolutely. We're about to start here any second now. The teams will be allowed to push for 5 hours, starting right now, actually, on the dot. We have 16 seconds, it looks like, until they can enter that first key. And it looks like we have a widespread. We have 2 Galakrons Fall, we have a Waycrest Manor, and the U.S. Army is going straight into Blackrook Hold. Yeah, I feel like I would have gone into Waitress Manor first of all, but it'll be interesting to see what they all cook up. Why do you think the U.S. Army? Interestingly, they were the winners of the Winter Invitational, which you mentioned, Driss, is the interesting part of uh, when the Waitress Manor kind of became a big thing. And we see here Warrior GMR starting the key and investing the first pack to go straight to the boss. What are your thoughts on these opening dungeons?
I definitely think that it's probably influenced by how the teams were practicing. There is no mistake that, especially in these lower key levels, Black Cold and Fall are going to be some of the quickest dungeons. They are very forgiving in that low key range. There's plenty of massive pulls. There's plenty of opportunities to utilize skip and some other tech we've seen in previous competitions just to be able to kind of maximize on the time. It does look though like in Coast Guard Gaming they have a little bit of some not technical difficulty, but it would appear that their Warlock player has been locked out of the first boss arena. So maybe
Yeah,
jumping the gun a little bit there. Hopefully that doesn't prevent them from being too successful in this key. But sometimes you put your
thankfully,
gas too much.
that's right. You know, you want to get to that first boss. We can see here both Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW are heading straight to the first boss. And it's just skipping most of it. But yeah, thankfully it's just a 15, so a warlock outside of the boss room shouldn't be too much of an issue. It looks like they've been able to taken down most of the trash. And aside from the warlock dying outside the boss room, the boss is going down. We can see it looks like it's already sub 25%. So they should be having no issues going forward.
Oh, not at all. And it's better to get all of those little bugs, so to speak, out of the way. Just get the jitters out. If you're going to be making any just kind of mistakes or just kind of any of that, little hiccups along the road, better to get them out on a 15 versus anything higher there. But it's looking like, regardless, the Coast Guard was able to kill that boss. And at least what we're seeing currently on screen, it looks like they were the first to be able to take out the boss. Warrior GMR finishing the sisters and kind of heading out. Army also looks like they were just able to defeat the Amalgam. And Ukrainian WoW is seeming to also get on Chronocar. So even with that Warlock being out of the fight, the teams are still all pretty close together as far as on screen is progressing. The dungeons, getting the first bosses, all very close to each other.
And we did see that the teams were a few, some started, we saw US Army going right on the timer. Ukrainian WoW came a little bit, like a little bit after, 15 seconds or so. So I don't think we're going to see too much of you can't read too much into these first dungeons bosses just yet. But it'll be interesting when we see if some of these teams are able to shave off enough time of these runs to squeeze an extra dungeon out of these 15 these 5 hours, because it's in the end it can come down to which team is able to do just one more try on those high level keys. We see Warrior GMR already moving on to the courtyard, and they're not afraid to pull big, even though even with that bursting affix, it seems like they're not having any issues with that. And they're making quick work of this courtyard. We'll see. They already lusted first boss, but they might decide to hold it. It's a 15, so maybe they don't really care. No, it looks like they're going to go straight for the tree boss without lust. Probably a good call. Instead of spending too much time running back and forth on a 15, they should have no issues finishing this dungeon. We see Coast Guard already starting on the second boss in Fall. What it's always fun to hear how people decide to do this boss. What are your thoughts on second boss in Fall?
So for me personally, the Manifested Timeways is probably my favorite boss in that dungeon, but I play melee predominantly, so for me, there's the movement. It's okay. We could potentially be seeing them try stacking up for the dispels. In a lower key, honestly, they might just send it as normal, not having to worry too much about that damage going out. But it's one of those cases that, especially when Fall is a fortified, we're not going to see we shouldn't be seeing a ton of issues as far as the bosses go until much higher. But even in the 24-25 range, a fortified time waste can still hurt if you mismanage dispels, if you're not paying attention with rotating around the boss with the orbs. But it seems like they're not having any issues mechanically at this point. They're able to kill it, and they're making their way across to the next boss.
Yeah, and to your point of fortified versus tyrannical, even on a 15, these ads on this platform can be very dangerous. We saw the Mistweaver Monk for Ukrainian WoW be taken out by one of the dots, I believe. And you got to be careful, because even if you pull big or small, when we get high into this fortified keys, you don't just have to worry about the big circles around you. There's also the small sand elementals that put a dot on you that cannot be dispelled and dunks like crazy. But Ukrainian WoW has engaged the second boss, seem to be doing just fine. We'll see if, we got a slow sand zone right there. Maybe they just are able to kill the boss before they even have to worry about stepping over it. It looks like they're just going to burn down the boss and just try not to worry about this sandstorm. Yeah, they didn't have to worry about it. Like you said, these 15s is a great time to get these jitters out of the way.
No, absolutely. And if we bring some attention over to Army Esports, being able to finish off Lady Ravencrest, making their way to probably my favorite room out of any dungeon this season. This is all the little scavengers. It's just a very nice big pull to do. The admins seem to have blessed the competitors today, with Blackrook having volcanic, raging, and tyrannical, meaning that even in the much higher levels, the teams will be able to get away with pulling some very nasty pulls. Raging being something to pay a little bit in mind as things get lower, wanting to make sure that you can kind of cleave everything down. But Army was able to just pull the whole hallway, take it out easy peasy. Hardest boss in this dungeon is the boulder boss stairway, and so far it's looking like things are going good. Don't want to cast or curse them, but they seem to just be making their way up there Indiana Jones style and getting ready for some of the bats and the frenzies.
There is, right now, it really didn't seem to be an issue. Volcanic is, that's a very nice affix to have. Raging on some of those small little demons downstairs that they just, the area that they just left, when they start casting their frontals or their spinnies, it's not too fun to be caught in that while they're raging and you can't stop them or knock them back. But so far, they melted so fast, I don't think they even noticed that raging was up. It will be very interesting to see when we get into the hierarchies how they deal with the scouts and the knife dances, as well as the arrow barrages. While you can just step out of the arrow barrages, the knife dances are a little harder. You can try to line of sight them when they are raged, but it can definitely be an issue if you're unlucky with the timing of it, just starting to cast before you get a stop off and they get that stun and CC immune. But so far, US Army Esports, they're pushing this third boss. Looks like they've been already in there for 8 minutes and they're already finishing this third boss.
Oh yeah,
pushing hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can also take this time while they're kind of going through the 15s to kind of look at some of the team composition. So since we were talking about the Army, we can take a quick look at that. Looks like, at least in this 15, they're running up Vengeance, Demon Hunter as their tank, Ret Pally, looking like a Havoc Demon Hunter, and an Arcane Mage, I believe, with the Mistweaver Monk. For a raging dungeon not to have any type of soothe, this will be something to keep in mind if maybe they change out a little bit, or if they are kind of going more for the pure burst and just getting them all dead as quick as possible.
Yeah, it will be interesting. A lot of the season, raging has not been too big of an issue. I feel like Blackrook Hold is the one dungeon where that is not true. You do need to have some stops in this dungeon. So it'll be interesting to see how they move forward. Moving to Ukrainian WoW, we have a similar setup. We have another Mistweaver healer. We have a Demon Hunter tank, a Paladin Retribution DPS, a Hunter. I can't quite see what spec but one can assume
They're
marksmanship. I don't see any
marksmen.
pets. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're
was thinking
playing marksman
marksman.
there.
Oh yeah, on details, and then we have a shadow priest as well. Um, Pretty good
Oh,
setup.
absolutely. I am a sucker for a good marksman hunter. And while we're on these topics of teams, just kind of taking this time, we do currently have a poll in the chat about who you are supporting here. Now, I can't be too biased here because if obviously the Air Force team isn't competing, but Ease, where are you kind of putting some of your support today? Like, which team are you kind of hoping comes out on top?
I mean, if I want to be biased, I you can probably see what color. I mean, you can't see actually, but if you were paying attention, you could see what colors I was wearing. And the Swedish flag happens to share colors with a certain other color flag. So I'm putting my hopes in Ukrainian WoW. I'm excited to see what they end up cooking up. We see U.S. Army Esports taking the lead right now in this poll. So make sure you put your vote in there to show. Oh, Coast Guard is also nearing the top. So make sure you take your time and show some support to these teams. As we have several teams now. Actually, our first team finishing their first dungeon. So Warrior GMR are their first team to finish a dungeon. They plus 3'd their Wakecrest Manor, and we'll see. It looks like they're not going back there, but instead, well, we'll see. Actually, they hearthed, so we'll see exactly where they end up going. How, of course, they have to make a new key since this is on Tournament Realm. They also have to readjust their key between each run, so it's not just port to the next dungeon and go for it. But it looks like they're going for another Wakecrest Manor as the rest of their team is gathering in there. And it looks like both the Coast Guard and U.S. Army are as well have finished up their first dungeons, and Ukrainian WoW just behind. They're about to finish off Galakrond here. Looks like everyone is going back into the same dungeons. Like you said, it's they're not actually spreading out, doing a +3, +3, +3, +3, but they're focusing on one dungeon at a time. Do you want to? Yeah. Who are you voting for now? I know you said like you can't actually vote for your team, as so to say, but who's on your favorite list?
Now, I guess I may have misspoke as far as bias goes, but Warrior Gamer, I'm going to have to say, is where I'm hoping. Powerhouse, the Mage, has been a prior competitor with the Air Force Gaming team in previous events. We have had airmen a lot in the past competing under the Warrior Gamer banner. So my heart does go out for them for this competition. So I guess I can say I can be just a little bit biased since there are some previous airmen currently even competing in this competition.
That makes sense. And now that all the teams have finished at least one key, we can have a look at the standings. The scoring is pretty simple. If you finish a key on a key level, that's how many points you get for that dungeon. So right now we have Warrior Gamer with 15 points in Wakecrest Manor. We have both Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW with 15 points in Galakrond's Fall, and U.S. Army with 15 in Blackrook Hold. It looks like that's going to just kind of keep going up right now. It looks like they all are going back into those keys. Which of these keys on a higher level would you... Ooh, Coast Guard is having issues on first boss in Fall. Oh, no.
Oh, that first boss, that first pull, when you're trying to bring everything on to Chronokar, there can be some not even some, a lot of room for failure there. There's a lot of visuals that can come out since there's just so much spells being cast, a lot of just kind of screen clutter. It looks like they, when getting everything down there, they could have possibly kind of missed any of the like the soaking mechanic, the orbs that are coming out around the boss as he's leaping. That could have possibly been the issue. We weren't able to have eyes on it, but instead of resetting the dungeon, it does look like Coast Guard Gaming is confident enough to just keep pushing on and getting that triple chest. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, Fall is a pretty forgiving dungeon in the early key range, so it looks like they are electing, instead of getting out, resetting, going again, they want to just keep pushing forward and taking out the dungeon, and they're just jumping right back into that boss.
And since we're on the Coast Guard, let's talk a little bit about their setup here. They have a protection paladin, trying to see here, a holy paladin as well. They're running double paladins. Then we have an enhancement shaman, a devastation devastation augmentation. You can tell what I've been playing all season. Devastation evoker and a demonology warlock. Do you think we'll see our evoker switching to augmentation later on, or are we having a break the meta situation here?
I think as the key levels get higher, their evoker is likely to switch. Augmentation is one of those unique specs that can help the group perform very well in those higher ranges, but in those lower keys where you're trying to go very quickly, Devastation's burst is just insane. Even in the current season, it tends to get outshined a lot by Augmentation Evoker, but make no mistake, Devastation is a very strong spec, especially when trying to clear things very quickly in this range. And Coast Guard was able to still get that recovery, proceeding on to the rest of the dungeon. As we kind of look around, it looks like Warrior Gamer is out in the courtyard getting ready to head towards Goliath. Army made quick work of first boss, is in kind of the hardest room, I would say, for the dungeon with all the spirits, and Ukrainian WoW is finishing with Chronokar. They are all still maintaining a very solid pace. I would say, despite any of the hiccups, they're pretty much on track about where they would have been in the 15. So we'll probably be seeing the 20 plus keys here very soon and get to see if the teams will elect to push even higher, or when they will start giving some of the love to the other dungeons to get just more points on the board.
Yeah, I know for me, I when having a long session like this of pushing keys, after a while you get a little winded from having to be on constant alert. And so I think I would prefer doing one key or maybe two quite far, and then being able to, like, okay, we've pushed for a while, we've worn ourselves out, let's go back to a 15 and chill for a little bit. Let's just have some fun. Let's just blast through these dungeons. But we'll see how these guys all end up deciding to do their strategies. And Warrior Gamer seems to be, if we were going to say that we have a leader right now, it looks like it's, I would say it's Warrior Gamer. They are on their second boss of their second dungeon, and they're going fast and furious on the steel-bound Goliath. And I believe they were tied for second place in the poll there. So it looks like they have some fans out in chat. I keep seeing people shouting out Warrior Gamer as well as Ukrainian WoW. We love your support for this. Again, if you are interested in being part of what the AFDL is all about, you can donate, which helps increase the prize pool, the prize money that the winning team will be able to select a charity from the Activision endowment from, that then AFDL will donate on behalf of. You can simply click the button in the chat, or you can type !donate and you'll get that link. Let's talk about Warrior Gamer's setup. What are we looking at here?
All right, so what we're able to kind of see, they have near and dear to my heart, Outlaw Rogue. That was my main a lot of this season. They also elected to have Arcane Mage and a Beastmaster Hunter. Definitely a very strong picking of DPS, especially when blowing through these keys. And then they have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, just kind of unrivaled in these types of pushing environments, with a Mistweaver healer. So this is, I wouldn't say that it's close to a meta comp, since there is some deviations there. There isn't an Og Evoker or anything of that nature, but this is a composition we would definitely have seen at the beginning of season 3, running Rogue Mage Hunter with the Mistweaver and the Demon Hunter. It's working for them. They're able to just clear through all of this and just electing to pull a bunch of trash on. There's some good cleave that they're able to achieve without sacrificing boss damage. So even with it being an 18, they're just kind of trucking along, and even to an extent choosing to ignore some mechanics. The tank just starts
I was going to
standing in
say, not even caring about that dinner bell. It is interesting to see 3 Mistweavers for healing and 1 Holy Paladin. You mentioned, the meta and all that good stuff. Augmentation is definitely season 2 was reigning supreme in the meta, but for now, unless you need that defensiveness, augmentation is not bringing as much damage as even Devastation Evoker, but many other classes. So it's not really until you get into those high 27, 28, up to 30 that Augmentation Evoker really becomes a huge help, really. As long as people are good at pressing those defensives, Augmentation just kind of boosts you a little bit to survive those one-shots. It looked like we were having some issues with command in chat, but the commands should now be working. You can do !donate or !bracket to see the bracket as it is updated live. The US Army are going fast and furious. I wanted to catch them when they were doing some of these more dangerous pulls with raging, but it seems like even on an 18, they're still chilling. They know what they're doing. There was nothing to say about these little demons trying to cause havoc.
Absolutely not. Now, for those that may not be as current with the season, I know a lot of the times our viewers may be just veterans or have not a lot of experience with World of Warcraft. To kind of paint a little picture of what's going on with the army right now, so those mobs, the demons being brought into boss, they have an ability that if it is not kicked, it will increase the damage being dealt by all of those in a radius around it. So we did see some of those casts go off, kind of make the boss and the ads bigger, physically enlarging them. On an 18, Army's able to deal with that easy peasy. They are taking care of it. Their army strong. That is something, though, in a higher level could be something for concern. So if you are normally, you get those kicks assigned, they have a solid amount of kicks, and that's melee kicks, Monk being able to, that healers and Dragonflight being able to kick most of them makes it a lot easier for these types of pushes. But yeah, just even looking across the board, all the teams are getting to that over the halfway mark. We see our fall teams, Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW. They are dealing with the ooze, the blight of Galakron. Army is about to finish up with the third boss, Smash Spite the Hateful, and it looks like Warrior Gamer is getting close to dealing with Lord and Lady Waycrest. They are been pretty consistent, I would say. They're keeping that pacing. They're just all very close to each other that we're even able to see. And then, keeping in mind as we're watching things on broadcast, even if one team is ahead in the dungeon as we are watching it, not all of the teams are starting the keys at the same time. So just because we see and are able to watch a team complete a dungeon previous or before any of the others, there could still come down to the actual time frame in the dungeon from when it being start to finish that could change as we are perceiving the head team versus who is actually in the lead as far as timing goes.
Absolutely. This is still so early on. And, even in later stages on Saturday, Sunday, it's anyone's game. Like I said earlier, if you're able to just squeeze that one extra run out of these 5-hour time slots, you might just be the one to take it all home. So really, we can see people who are going a little bit faster, but at the same time, like we said, Warrior Gamer might be on the 4th boss already, but there's 5 bosses in Waycrest Manor, and with the US Army already engaging the last phase of their 4th boss in Blackrock Hold, we might see something, a shakeup there.
Absolutely, and that'll come down to kind of seeing how these teams are approaching the dungeons. Like you stated, Blackrock Hold has 4 bosses. Waycrest Manor has 5. Now Blackrock is tyrannical. Waycrest Manor is fortified. There are going to be these kind of perceptions as we're going through the weekend of keys getting done quicker or taking less time, but to kind of look around, like even with having a 5 boss dungeon, the Warrior Gamer team is still getting to the last boss around the same times as the other teams are with their 4 boss dungeons. Now it's looking like we can see in the bottom left that Ukrainian WoW has finished up the Blight, and they're getting ready to proceed through this kind of final hallway, getting into final boss. Coast Guard Gaming is finishing up the hallway leading up to Ridicron, and are looking to engage him pretty quickly. Warrior Gamer is still able to finish that Waycrest a little bit earlier on broadcast than Army, though. They are really kicking up. They're speeding through this dungeon.
Absolutely. And it's that fortified tyrannical change. You know, you saw that Warrior Gamer were halfway through Lord and Lady Waycrest when the US Army engaged the last boss of Blackrock Hold, and they still finished. They did the rest of that boss and finished Gorak Tool. It's a very short distance, and they pulled the entire all the package right onto the boss. So they just went. They were able to finish just before them, and are going right back into Waycrest Manor. It looks like they just want to keep pushing. They want to keep going. I was unable to see if they got a +3. I would assume that they are. They're doing a 21 here. Yes, so we are getting our first above 20 key. Very exciting to see.
Absolutely. And it's looking like the other teams are all starting to kind of finish up their triple chest. Ukrainian WoW still easing themselves up to a Ridicron. This is going to be the point where things could possibly start changing. Now, like we've said, all of these teams are respective winners for previous AFDL clashes and the Invitational. So we know that these teams are capable of very high play. In previous competitions, once we start getting to that 21, 23, 24, that's when a lot of teams will kind of start losing the gas, because that is when the next respective difficulty level starts beginning. You get to that above 20, and then when you're getting out of the 24, 25, things start ramping up even more. So it'll be interesting to see if the teams are going to maintain that quick pace, doing those massive pulls and still treating it like it's a 15, or are we going to start in this key difficulty range seeing maybe some changes, maybe smaller pulls, or utilizing cooldowns in different locations. Definitely exciting to see as all the teams are now starting to get into that 20 range, with Coast Guard finishing up their 18 and triple chesting it, and Ukrainian WoW is not far behind them on that.
And the US Army is already a good chunk in, even though they finished their second dungeon after Warrior Gamer. They started earlier. The mage for Warrior Gamer was outside the dungeon for quite a while. They were waiting. Maybe there was a respec, like you were saying, or something else was going on. It looks like Warrior Gamer, they have their route ready, though. They're just straight into those skips and pulling that hallway, and we'll see if they deviate from their previous pull. Oh, they're lusting here. It is a fortified after all. So it's a good pack to lust for sure. And then we'll see where they head next. US Army is already engaging the first boss in Blackrock Hold. I mean, 3 dungeons in of doing the exact same one. Eventually, I'm sure the fatigue sets in of doing the exact same dungeon. But at some point, when we start getting into these hierarchies, speed becomes less important and execution becomes more important. So maybe Warrior Gamer taking that time to get set up before they actually start the key will pay off. We'll have to see.
Absolutely. And the strategy shift here that we were able to see is now we are really paying attention to that fortified affix. The previous runs that Warrior Gamer was doing in Waycrest Manor, they were electing to jump right onto the first boss, the Heartsbane Triad, and kind of sending everything there. In this 21, they decided to go Lust on Trash. When you have a fortified key, fortified, for those that are unaware, it increases the damage and health done by all of the non-boss mobs within a dungeon. So they are electing to send more of their cooldowns on more dangerous pulls with the mobs, and being able to go into the bosses, maybe not with everything, but the bosses will not be as difficult. That was a pretty smart change of strategy there, being able to make up a lot of time. Even starting late, not that we're still early enough in the day that that wouldn't come back to bite them, but they're executing their cooldowns in more appropriate places, I would say, for a fortified key. Coast Guard getting into their 21, not going all the way down to the first boss. They're doing kind of all of the trash in the very first part of the dungeon, getting that taken care of. And at least, unless I'm looking at things incorrectly, they did not lose the first pack. So they will be able to use that later on, being able to take care of all of that trash without it. Ukrainian WoW seems to be getting ready to jump into theirs, and Army is going right up into the next room, making quick work of that first boss.
No worries whatsoever. We will, throughout the day, be running some ads on this channel. We're coming up here on a 90-second break. Don't click away. Stick around. If you want to skip these ads, you can subscribe, and you can see that as your one-time donation, and then you will be able to catch all the action. But for those who aren't subscribed, we'll be back after a 90-second break. I'm really interested to see here now what the US Army does at this pack with a 21. They don't have Lust, and Raging is coming up. I'm really excited. If we could get a bigger, I mean, they're just melting this, even on a fortified. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's a Tyrannical, I realize. So it's a Tyrannical in Black or Cold. It seems like there's just no issues whatsoever here. They're just burning through these. This pack has a couple scouts, so I'm really intrigued to see what they end up doing.
Absolutely. And they're able to use a lot. Their composition for this dungeon, I would say, is honestly a very good composition. Now, one of those things that with Ret Paladin has been starting to get a lot more of the spotlight between the legendary. They've been getting buffed. Ret is in a very good spot right now. In Black Cold, they have a lot of tools in their specs kit to handle the undead mobs. One of the key damaging abilities in Ret Paladin's rotation is the ability Wake of Ashes. Was a Legion artifact power back in the day. It's been an essential part of their kit. But for those that may forget, Wake of Ashes actually will stun demons and undead. So having that Ret Paladin being able to, as a damaging ability, aid in the CC helps them prep going into those moments where when Raging hits, Raging makes them CC immune, so they're not able to be stunned unless it is soothed off. But they're able to mitigate a lot of the damage leading up to it just organically in the rotation. And you can even see on the damage meters in the bottom right with Army that their Ret Paladin is putting in work in these undead packs.
Absolutely. And I actually saw even just a full blade dance, knife dance going off, and they didn't even seem to care. I didn't see their health dipping, even on 21. That Mistweaver Monk is putting in the work to keep everyone topped off. So, as so far, they don't seem worried about even trying to stun that AoE damage coming out. So, I'm sure that'll change as we go higher up the ladders. We also see your cheers and bits in chat. Thank you so much for those as well. Your support helps the AFDL continue things like this. Ziploc Bob and Carrie J, thank you guys so much. And if you're interested in getting more involved in the AFDL, the Armed Forces Dungeon League is operated by an incredible team of volunteers. And so you can get involved. You can type !volunteer in the chat and follow that link. And we're always looking for new team members to help us grow. And so come get involved.
Absolutely. It is worth the time. This is such an excellent, not only competition, but it's an excellent organization to be a part of, and just being able to foster that community when in a game that is getting just that much better. This talking a little bit uh, about the state of affairs as far as WoW goes, like this is the most popular season of all of Dragonflight with these dungeons and just the kind of the state of the game. There's a lot of great stuff going on, not only currently but even the future with WoW. So now's the time if you want to get involved and support these communities, being able to support these charities, these events. Definitely do what is within your means. But yeah, it's a great time to be able to get together and just watch these competitors. We see Ukrainian WoW. They are kind of taking a second. They might be getting themselves back. I may have missed if they had started the 21 or if they're still kind of getting their game together. Coast Guard Gaming in the top left. In that 21, cleaning up the rest of this room. Very dangerous room, might add on a fortified. Even at a 21, there's a lot of dots, a lot of damage that can go out, but they're handling that perfectly. Warrior Gamer is getting ready they're clearing out and preparing to go into third boss, Waycrest Manor. And Army in the bottom right, they're going up the boulder stairs and getting ready to take out the big the big bursting hallway, just where there's so much ads, there's so much stuff going on. This will be in this 21 range. Raging might start making this pack, if you pull massive, a little bit more difficult, but it is still a tyrannical key. So these mobs are not going to be hitting as hard as if they were in fortified, but they need to be careful. There's a lot of things that if you can't stun, couldn't easily get you killed, but it's looking like they're able to do their mitigation as required and needed, and they're just making quick work of all these demons.
They're just burning them down. And like you said earlier, they have the Retribution Paladin, which has a lot of undead CC specifically, but then it doesn't it doesn't make it worse that they have a Demon Hunter tank as well, which has like unlimited amount of sigils and CCs and stuns. So that was not even a small issue for them. They just burst through that as if it was nothing. I'm happy to see that someone in chat actually noticed our special guest appearance. Good eye, or at least good something. I'm not exactly sure how you managed to catch that, but I'm glad you were. Let's talk a little bit about the U.S. Army Esports as we see them going up the ramp here to pretty soon after these Fell Devastators. After they'll engage third boss. I don't know if we can get them on the big screen, but U.S. Army Esports is the United States Army Esports team. Crazy, I know, but they are made up of members drawn from the regular Army and Army Reserves, and their mission is to represent the Army in competitions nationwide, and they make their soldiers more visible and relatable to the public. And as we said, they were the first place winner of the 2023 Winter Invitational. I wasn't present for that competition, but I'd love to hear if you had any if you have any insight from their performance from the Winter Invitational.
Well, I had the opportunity to do a bit of casting and kind of watching outside of competitive hours, and I can definitely say that they were bringing their A game. And now the Invitational was not the only competition as far as the AFDL is concerned that the Army has won, but I do know, at least from kind of how everyone was viewing it, there wasn't a whole lot of people that were, and I can say myself included, I was not very optimistic about the Army, but they were able to kind of, at least for me, they changed my kind of opinions very quickly. They are very good at what they're able to do. Now, historically, maybe the Army has had some issues in competitions, maybe a particular BFA dungeon boss. We won't get too much into that, but as far as the AFDL has been concerned, they have been showing up. And of course, they're the defending champion. This will be the first competition in the new season. This is the first competition since their win, so they have to show up here. They've been putting in that practice, putting in that work. As we can even see in their Blackrook holds, they are bringing in the damage and the healing, that's for sure. So whether they feel threatened at all, if they have any concerns about being able to maintain this, I doubt it, because they are showing up and they have not had any, cast or curse. Sorry, but as so far, it seems like things have been going very smoothly for them within the first hour or so of this competition.
Absolutely. Honestly, we've not seen any real. We saw a Coast Guard wipe early on an 18 in fall, but that's I would assume that was, like you mentioned, something can easily go awry on that first boss. Uh, but aside from that, they're all. Oh, we just saw another healer death from Ukrainian. Wow, these ads on this platform are dangerous, especially as we are running a fortified version of fall with bursting and incorporal. You gotta keep an eye on those incorporals, but bursting can easily get you as well. Oh yeah, it looks like there's it's getting a little bit messy on this platform, but it looks like both the tank and healer are back, and they are able to clear up this pack without too many issues. The DPS are starting to come back as well. They should be able to finish this without too much issue.
Absolutely. And I feel, this is kind of the not, moment of silence for the healers. This expansion has been very demanding and taxing on healers. Not only have they had to deal with their role being almost entirely replaced, Coast Guard pretty notorious in the past for running 4 DPS and tank comps. Even this season we saw 4 DPS and tank compositions in MDI. But then even with these affixes, like looking at fall, you have bursting, you have incorporeal, like there's these understandings of, oh, it's a healer affix. When you're looking in Waycrest Manor, afflicted, bursting, it's healer affixes. They are out here, but they are doing what they can. We respect, we love the healers. They are doing what they can to keep everybody alive. So us DPS, DPS main can just kind of tune out, do big damage, and just big number go burr type situation. So definitely a shout out to all of them. They're keeping these groups alive throughout this competition so far. They're all doing a great job across all 4 teams. They're putting in that work.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, as a lifelong healer main until augmentation came out, healers love it when you dispel that those incorporals. No, afflicted even, but incorporals. Thankfully, incorporal is less of a healer affix, even though they technically can CC them. But when you dispel those afflicted, ooh, it's a lovely feeling when you don't have to double dispel. It's the worst, but even though it's possible, nobody likes to have to double dispel. And yeah, I might have contributed to a couple bursting extents from 7 stacks to 8 stacks to half a second left to 9 stacks. I'm not going to say that I've never done that, but healers love it when that doesn't happen.
Absolutely. And bursting, for our maybe newer WoW viewers, bursting will apply a damage over time effect that will stack and increase in damage for each mob or enemy, non-boss enemy in the dungeon, which it can be dispelled, but it will have a duration so that if anything is dying while the original stack is up, it will reset the duration and increase the stack. So we're especially having dungeons like Waycrest Manor that have a lot of enemies within it that will cause bursting. And even in Galakron's Fall, there are a lot of areas that you can do these big packs. The DPS have to be careful. We joke a lot about bursting is a healer affix, but the DPS are the ones that dictate when things die. So we, especially in those higher keys, we're going to probably have to see the teams kind of control the damage windows. If you have 2 seconds left on a 4 stack and that mob is at 10% health, we're going to have to see those teams kind of mitigate that, or else that 4 stack could very quickly turn into a 10. And then all of a sudden the group is wiping just because there's so much rolling damage that goes out. Now, looking at Coast Guard Gaming, it does look like there is a healer death on the 3rd boss, but they killed it.
They finish it off just when that incorporal goes off as well.
Absolutely. They were able to manage and take care of that. Now, they still have 6 minutes for Coast Guard Gaming on their clock. They still have 6 minutes left for the 3 chests. All they have is a hallway and a boss on a fortified week, so we can expect them to be able to achieve that. Looking over at Warrior Gamer, they have, it looks like they're off by just a
They
little bit
missed
percent,
percentage.
but they have enough
No.
time, it's looking like, on the clock to be able to make that up. So Warrior Gamer is going to be having their triple chested Waycrest Manor. Looking at the army, though, big emphasis here. They're in the 24 Blackrook. Uh,
They
so
Yeah,
this is
they
going to be
already
interesting.
plus three that 21, and just there's no waiting time for them. They're going straight into it. Uh, yeah, I actually expected more teams to go um, 15, 15, 15, but here we are. Each team seems to just be going hard on their chosen dungeon, which I mean, props to them. It looks like we'll see if Warrior Gamer decides to go back into Waycrest as well for a 24, or where they end up going. It's really, this is really when these plays decide to, or when these plays start to get riskier, when you have to actually coordinate some defensives, especially in Blackrook Hold on a Tyrannical. Some of these bosses can really hurt. If you're not careful, both Smash Spite, the third boss, and the last boss, absolutely, with the Shadow Bolts and the Shadow Bolt volleys, can really hurt quite bad. So they haven't had any issues so far. So we'll see if 24 is anything that actually starts to challenge them or not.
Absolutely. Now, as we can, now that we're seeing, this is where the fun begins, so to speak. This is the difficulty range where historically other teams in the past, that 23, 24, 25 bracket, has been, for the Air Force, I can, being honest, this has been where we've seen a wall sometimes in previous competitions. This is now where these previous winners can really shine and showcase why they were the winners in their respective clashes. An interesting thing to note, though, we did talk about earlier with raging possibly being an issue in the higher level. The Army has elected to keep the comp. They got something good working for them, and they're going through it. So it'll be interesting to see in some of those hallways. Gets very scary as far as what things need to get stopped if they're up and alive long enough. So they are banking on that damage to make raging essentially a non-affix. But yes, Warrior Gamer went right into that 24 Waycrest Manor. It does look like we had the tank death.
Oh
So there is going to be
no.
some of that kiting possibly going on to make sure that they can keep the pack alive. But thankfully, it's still early enough in the dungeon that this might just be the difference of them triple chesting a 24. They should still be able to time it. Caster Curse, of course, looking
They are
like they're
looking.
electing to reset the dungeon.
That's right. They decide that it's better to get that triple chest rather than getting a double chest or whatever they're aiming for. 24th is not, even if the challenge might not, they might be able to do it just fine. The timer becomes an issue at this point. So we'll see if they are aiming for a triple chest or a double chest. There's also that question about points when we start getting into these 25 plus. And maybe they want to play it safe, and rather than going straight into a 27, they want to get a 26 to make sure that they get those points and then just slowly one chest them as they move forward. They have quite a bit of time. Yes, there's absolutely a time restriction on this competition, but there is also time, especially for these teams, like you said, they are all winners. They're used to pushing. They are used to playing at this high caliber. So it'll be interesting to see how they elect to go forward. We see the U.S. Army Esports already finishing the first boss in their 24, and Warrior Gamer still setting up their next pull.
Yeah, we saw the tank decided to start going a little bit more defensive in those in the trinket choice. In earlier key levels, you can elect to just go for almost pure damage. It's looking like now they kind of want to take it safe and just guarantee the survivability in those hectic moments. The more that the healer is able to kind of focus off of the tank on either being able to supply a little bit of extra damage or just kind of maintaining the pacing of the group, any ability that the tank can to take that burden off of the healer for themselves is great. Up in the top left, looks like Coast Guard Gaming got that 21 done, and I believe
It was a triple
It
chest.
was the triple chest. So we might be seeing them jump into that 24 fall, or we could see them start working on some of the other ones. Ukrainian WoW in the bottom left is in that hallway, trudging along. They still are not in risk of not triple chesting, so we could be seeing all the teams going into those 24s. Coast Guard Gaming jumping right back into Galakron's fall, so looking like all the teams are trying to see who can get that first 24 on the board for the first day of this clash.
Yeah, and Ukrainian WoW, they to take a little bit of a breather between their 18 and 21. So not necessarily they're not, even though they haven't finished the 21 yet, doesn't mean that they're slower in the dungeons themselves. They still look good for a triple chest. So we'll have to see exactly how that goes. We've been talking about Warrior Gamer. And the other ones, we have the Coast Guard, we have the U.S. Army, we have the Ukrainian WoW. As far as names go, it's pretty obvious what these teams represent and where they're from. You might not have heard about Warrior Gamer, but Warrior Gamer is an extremely cool foundation. They say that they want to dive into the heart of heroism with Warrior Gamer Foundation, where American veterans and vibrant youth unite through the power of gaming. Beyond entertainment, they're a beacon for health, wellness, and community connection. And for each game played, every interaction, those are all steps towards healing and unity. And where gaming ignites transformation, foster bonds, and births legends. Warrior GMR, Warrior Gamer. I keep saying GMR, but I know it's because it stands for something. And they are all about that unity, and they take care of veterans, and they want to inspire youth and also just inspire veterans to continue that community feeling.
Absolutely. I've had the opportunity of just kind of lurking within their community, and I can say that I've always been very impressed with the focus that the Warrior Gamer Foundation has been able to, like, the focus that they put on just mental health and being able to bring together these veterans. It is a very great community to be a part of. I can definitely recommend, though I myself am not super active in it. They are constantly posting things that are very helpful for veterans and their community. So definitely check them out. They're an awesome group to be a part of. And yeah, I mean, it's a multi-branch community. So of course, like, we see the Army and the Coast Guard, they have kind of their, like, they have their active duty, reserve, their participants in there. But the wonderful opportunity with these veteran organizations is, you don't have to still be in to be a part of it. And a lot of people, like a lot of veterans, they feel like there's a part of them that is missing once they have left the brotherhood of their service. So definitely check them out. They're a wonderful community.
Absolutely. And we see now that Ukrainian WoW also finished their 21 Galakron's Fall. I believe I saw that triple chest was still lit up and green when they finished. So I think we'll see them jumping into a 24 Fall here. Looks like their Mistweaver is trying to figure something out, putting Shadow Meld on the bars.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a pro play, especially if they're going back into Fall. There's a lot of places in Fall where, they are porting to Waycrest Manor.
There you go. They're probably, they want to get some of those points on the board, maybe get a change scenery. Another possible thing that they might have going on is they could be set up in their speed composition. So there's a possibility maybe that they might do some comp changes going into the higher key ranges. So instead of swapping off characters, they're probably just going in and getting all those triple chests to just get the 24s in bags across the board. So we're gonna get to see Ukrainian WoW do some crazy pulls, since, if memory serves me correctly, and I have been wrong many times in the past, I do not believe Ukrainian WoW set foot into Waycrest Manor during the Invitational. So they will be able to knock on the door of this dungeon, so to speak, and get to just tear it apart.
Yeah. And, we are so happy that we were able to represent different branches of of the armed forces and also different nationalities. And in Ukrainian WoW, they have more than 2,400 players in over 30 guilds to date. And their mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms. They're shining a spotlight on Ukrainian YouTubers and streamers. They're organizing tournaments and raising money and even developing their own add-on, which translates WoW to Ukrainian. And that is such a huge thing. You know, there's Italian, there's Spanish, there's German servers out there, but there's no Ukrainian servers. And so Ukrainian WoW has made it their own mission to develop an add-on that lets Ukrainians play WoW in Ukrainian. And it's not just, like you said, they're spread out there. It's a big organization, and we love to see it. We love to see the support for their own community and for Ukrainian specific YouTubers and streamers. So if you're interested, you should definitely go check them out. Check out Ukrainian WoW.
Absolutely. And for anybody that's even remotely tuned in on the news, we know it's not an easy situation over there right now. So the fact that this Ukrainian WoW community is able to even just give that brief pause from the chaos that's happening over there to just at the end of the day let them be gamers and let them enjoy any type of recreation that can be afforded to them. That is a wonderful community and a wonderful mission for them. And yes, there's so many different languages in the world, and the fact that this community is doing in their own time of their own volition, trying to make WoW more accessible for their country and their countrymen. That's so awesome. I love that stuff. It's very awesome to see the extent that not only gamers, but even World of Warcraft gamers will do to enjoy the game and make the game more enjoyable for others. So definitely check them out.
Yeah, 100%. And it's fun here. Now we get to see, Ukrainian WoW in a 15 Waitress manner, just kind of hanging out, chilling. We saw them making absolute there was not even effort, I would assume, going up into this first boss. They already popped Lust on that first pack. They still have it up. It just expired there from the first pull, even carried them into the first boss. Already onto the third witch here, versus watching something like Warrior Gamer as they're on the 24. Soulbound Goliath. This can really start hurting, especially for the tanks and when those soul thorns start going out. If you are new and you haven't played this dungeon, or you haven't played since BFA and need a little refresher, soul thorns is a spell where the boss puts roots around a player, which not only roots them but stuns them and makes them unable to do any other actions, which means that your teammates need to free you. They have a mage, which means that a mage can actually simply blink out of it and not be affected. And I think that's what happened there at the last one. Here, I think we're getting another one here in just a second. We'll see how they deal with it on a 24. Even though it's fortified, those can hurt quite heavily. But it looks like they're being lucky with another one on the mage. That is saving a lot of time on that boss health.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned, it is a 24. It's fortified, but this boss hurts. Having the mage just makes it a lot easier on the group. And as we can see there, they're able to take it out. They're getting ready to go into the third boss and clearing all that out before even the 10-minute mark. And that in itself is quite impressive. A lot of groups, especially in this key range on live, will tend to save and farm Time Warp, Lust, Heroism, whichever you call it. They will save it for that boss. But Warrior Gamer was able to take care of that boss, electing to save their Lust either for a bigger trash pool, or they might even use it on Raw. It'll be interesting to see where they elect to take it.
Yeah, and as all these teams are making their way through these dungeons, we're going to take a quick look at the scoreboard and have a little recap of the first hour of competing. We have most teams just kind of all teams so far until this last dungeon just sticking to their dungeons. And we have Warrior Gamer with their 21 in Waycrest Manor. We have both Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW with 21s in Galakrond's Fall, and we have US Army Esports with a 21 in Blackrock Hold. All the teams except Ukrainian WoW are now on a 24 in their respective dungeons, with Ukrainian WoW taking a bit of a breather and heading into a 15 Waycrest Manor, which means technically they'll be in the lead once they complete that, because even if the other ones complete their 24, they'll only have 24 points, whereas Ukrainian will have 21 plus 15. And of course, that's not much to go off of right now, but technically they will be in the lead as far as points go.
That is true, and that in itself can be a big morale boost. End of day one, those points. Some people might view them differently, but being able to get that point on the board, like that could even apply pressure. We've seen in the past, because as much I know from a team lead position, you try and tell your team when you're competing, hey, don't look at the other teams. Let's try and dial in. Let's focus up. But people are going to be looking, and if the other teams are noticing that there might be some more points on the board, or if one team is attempting that key level higher than the other, that might be enough to even just bait other teams into doing keys that they wouldn't normally, or change up the strategy. We do have a Coast Guard death, though, as we're talking about this, on the second boss on the Time Ways. There's a
And
second they might be wiping here. Oh, the boss is super low.
The boss is very low. If they can finish it off, they were being...
they're fine.
The Warlock was just a little too lenient with those orbs going out from the boss, but they managed to get it down. We are going to, again, take a little ad break. If you want to skip all the ads and support the AFDL and these teams and their chosen charities, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. It's a one-time payment, but for now, we'll go on an ad break, and we'll see you right after that. For those who are subscribed, welcome. Glad you're still here. 24, even on a fortified, like we were saying, even if Galakrond's Fall is a fortified key for them during this tournament, a 24 boss is still dangerous, and especially this second boss in Fall, as if you get hit by even one of those balls, even if it doesn't take you outright, the dot just might, which is what happened to their Warlock. They were just tried to get a couple more casts out before they had to move, and that became to their detriment. But they're still in it. They're still pushing. Seems like they still have quite a few packs and some of these big dragons that take a while on a 24 fortified. We'll see if a 3 chest is still in the cards, but a 2 chest is absolutely still possible, and not at all to frown upon. Getting those scores, like we said, a lot of these teams might decide to go for a +2 rather than a +3 in these 24s, because the 26, the difference between 26 and 27 is big. That's really when you start noticing the damage differences.
Absolutely. And a thing we talked about it, the Evoker is still Devastation. So they are electing to keep the Dev Evoker as we are getting higher and higher. All teams across the board at a different point. Looks like Coast Guard Gaming getting ready for their third boss. Warrior Gamers on their third boss. Ukrainian WoW making quick work of that Waycrest Manor. And if we look in the bottom right, U.S. Army is about to go to the final boss of their 24 tyrannical Blackrook hold. With 2 minutes left on the triple, they might be able to pull it through, but we will at least be seeing that double chest for the first 24 time of the competition.
While this first phase of the fight might seem trivial, when you get into these high tyrannical keys, it's not actually Lord Ravencrest that's dangerous, as long as you don't stand in those glaives you see spinning on the right-hand side. There's the Lord Kurtalos, who later reveals to be a Dreadlord, is actually sending out shadow bolts on the team, and those chunk quite a bit. You can see here in a second. You see the Demon Hunter right there, DPS Demon Hunter dipping quite low. On a 24, it's not too big of an issue, but when you start getting into 26, 27s, they will need to start dedicating either personals or raid-wide or group-wide defensives. And this first Shadow Volt volley coming in 7 seconds can be deadly. Will they dedicate any defensives to this? We'll see. Maybe a... Yep, there you have a darkness. Paladin doesn't want to stand in it.
They have bubble, they're fine.
They have bubble, they don't care. They're just going to keep going. That's the spiciest, usually spiciest damage spike right there is that Shadow Volt volley. But it seemed with that darkness, they were not having an issue at all. US Army Esports really bringing out the big guns this competition. And here we see the intermission where they have to run around in a circle. It's very difficult. But the tricky part is that there's little green clouds on the ground that if you're not being careful, they will put you asleep and you'll need to get dispelled or get beamed into oblivion.
Absolutely. There are definitely a lot of things on the ground, a lot of those puddles as the fight goes on. Another thing to be potentially worried about by having a paladin in the group, you saw the Demon Hunter running around with the Blessing of Protection on. There will be the stinging swarms that will occasionally stun the target that is affected by it. You can use your Blessing of Protection, you can bop them out, but a lot of the time it's up to the DPS to have to just DPS it down. Red Paladin, though, able to Divine Storm and still do tons of damage. They're making quick work. They got 20% left on this 24 Tyrannical boss. It is going down pretty simple. We know that Dreadlord's Guile is in about 15 seconds, and they have 12% health left. So it'll be more so not a question of can the army do this, but will they be able to defeat the boss before he goes into another intermission? And it's looking like they're able to.
Very nice. We're seeing a +2 of this 24, which is absolutely very respectable. I mean, at this point, you can't really expect to keep 3 chesting dungeons when you get into the 24s. Not sure if that's what they were hoping for, but absolutely still very respectable. And we see a character change from, I think that was the monk switching. No, the paladin. I'm not sure someone switched to an evoker. Well, it'll be interesting to see what this new comp will be.
And if they elect to go into that 26, is the army going to try and play the mind game, that the psychological warfare of this competition, putting a 26 up on the board could put a lot of pressure to the other teams to feel they have to do the same? Or are they going to elect to kind of relish in that victory, getting the first 24 on the board and just kind of go clean up another key, get another 24 on the board? It does look, yes, they did have a swap to the Aug Evoker, Pally to Aug. Now we're starting to see what is a more traditionally meta composition. You have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, you have the Aug Evoker, the Mage, the Priest, with the Monk Healer. This is something you will see in that higher bracket, and it looks like they're going into that 26. They are wanting to show up and show and give that example as to why the army was the Invitational's winner, why they are a defending champion. And I'll be honest, if competing, hearing the army attempting even the 26, and when and if they are able to put this on the board, I'm sure the other teams are going to feel a lot of pressure.
Absolutely. And doing it on the first day of competing, almost in the first hour. We've just passed the first hour mark of 5 hours today. Still got 350 on the clock. If they can break a 26 in the first hour and a half, that is impressive indeed. Probably won't be seeing any more +2s on these key levels, especially as they're switching to augmentation, which has... It does not quite bring as much damage, but it does bring that safety of surviving those tyrannical bosses. In my soul, I totally understand what is being done right here. If you look on the US Army Sports, they're taking the time to make sure that the Dracthyr doesn't have to look like a dragon with that atomic recalibrator. Having your chosen race as you play it changes your gameplay. I promise. Even though they're losing probably a minute or two here, the evoker cannot simply run around as a dragon. There we go. It seems like they got what they wanted, or at least have to deal with it.
Absolutely. When you look good, you feel good. And especially on a class where you can only be the one race, having that opportunity to change it up, that can just be the mind difference. When you're going into that 26, Army probably doesn't feel a whole lot of pressure to have to be speedy. They are now in that part of the competition where it's all about being methodical. They are taking it as they know. This is where all those hours of practice will start really paying off, as they're now in that bracket that really pumps out the competition. Looking away from that, it's looking like we in the top, our top left, top right, Warrior Gamer, Coast Guard Gaming, they are getting towards that final stretch of their respective 24s. Warrior Gamer finishing off Lord and Lady Waycrest, getting in and still having enough time on the clock to not have any worry about timing it, where Coast Guard Gaming, they won't be able to have that triple chest, but they are still in a very safe spot to be able to take the 24 and get possibly a 26 or even the 25 out of these. And being able to do 24s on day one, that in of itself is very impressive. And this is what we expect from our previous Clash winners for sure.
Absolutely. And the Coast Guard weren't just the first place of the Spring Clash last year, they were also the runner up in the 2023 Winter Invitational, right behind US Army Esports. Are we going to see a repeat of the Winter Invitational? Same season. We'll see how that goes. And if you want to know more about the Coast Guard, well, I'll tell you right now. The Coast Guard Gaming is a military esports community with a passion for camaraderie, personal growth, and inclusivity. They're composed of active duty, reservists, and veterans with over 1,000 active members, and they harness the power of gaming to build lasting connections and promote the well-being of Coast Guard personnel. And like we've talked about, there's something special about having this quite, a passion for something so specific as WoW is. If you meet someone just on the street that plays WoW, you instantly have hours of content that you can talk about. And so being able to have that in common with your fellow Coast Guard is invaluable. And we see them here engaging the last boss of their 24 fall.
Oh yes, this is where even with those fortifieds, these can be very spicy. Eridicron can be deceptively difficult. There are a lot of simple mechanics, but the numbers that come out can be very challenging if you're not sending the right defensives, if you're not timing everything correctly. It can be dangerous. We have Warrior Gamer though on the big screen, final boss of their 24 as well, electing to pull the entire hallway of the horrors right onto Gorak Tool. That can be very dangerous, but they made very quick work of him managing bursting quite well. Already 66% on this boss. They have 5 minutes left on the double chest. We're going to see them get another 26 in bag, so that the competition will then have two possible 26s, the Army's Blackrook and Warrior Gamers Waycrest Manor.
Absolutely. And Gorak Tool, it's pretty common on in these high-end gamers. You can see there's still some mobs running around. Very common to pull the last trash pack of the dungeon into this boss, which they did. And now they just have to take care of those slavers with, if that death lens goes off, which is doing, that is a stun on the mage. They are able to break that stun, however, and are having no issues whatsoever. Outside of that stun, that death lens, there's also a dread essence, a big AoE that the boss does, if someone might be low from a stun, it chunks even on a fortified. You can see there all 3 DPS dipping quite low, but since everyone is topped off and no one is stunned, they're having no issues at all finishing off this dungeon and this boss and getting a +2 to their Waycrest Manor.
Absolutely. Being able to finish a 24 in 25 and a half minutes is quite impressive. Being able to get that double chest, we can see them getting back to Valdrakken, and we'll be able to see here shortly how they choose to proceed. Army is on their first boss for close to 5 minutes in, almost done with Amalgam. they are just taking this dungeon by the horns and running with it. We're able to see up in the top left, Coast Guard Gaming still taking out a Ridicron, uh, looking like they're getting pretty close to be able to also get their key done and put away, as this boss can feel like it takes forever. And in the bottom left, Ukrainian WoW in their 18 way crest on the triad, and it looks like they are just making sure that they can guarantee the triple chest to get that 21.
And as we see here, this 24, it's hard. It's deceptive with the Ridicron because the entire fight goes from 100 to 90%. They just broke that 90%, and they are going to be pushing this last phase. On Tyrannical, when you get into these higher keys, you might want to save Lust for this phase because it can be a tight damage check where there's pulsing damage, and all you have to do is just break down his shield, which you did. And they have +2 to their 24 fall, Galacron's fall. We'll see if they are heading back into a 26 or if they're going to take a page out of the Ukrainian WoW playbook and do a bit lower keys. We see Ukrainian WoW in their 18 Waycrest manner as of right now, and they seem to be just making quick work of this. They're just trying to get those extra points as everyone is pushing themselves. They're taking a bit to regroup and relax for a little bit more.
That's what we're seeing with Warrior Gamer. Warrior Gamer, probably in that mental saying, you know what, we got the 26 in bag. Let's just go ahead. Let's unwind. Being able to get that accomplished. They're going right into fall to start pumping that up. We do see Coast Guard back in fall, so they may be feeling that pressure from Army. They came up second place to the Army in the Invitational. They probably feel that something to prove, get that 26 on the board. If the Army's going to do it, the Coast Guard's thinking that they can easily do it as well. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where we end with that. Another fun note, currently in bags, we have a 26 of every dungeon currently available in the competition from from 3 of the teams. So we do have that 26 fall, we have that 26 Waycrest, and as the Army's doing it right now, the 26 Blackrook Hold. So having 26s across the board available, if we're able to possibly even see each dungeon timed that high, that is going to set a significant precedence for the rest of the weekend. If they're getting 26s done the first day, what can we expect by the time we get through Saturday or even Sunday? I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah. And I see a question here about who wins. How do you win this? And that is exactly, it's pretty simple. The higher you push, the more points you get. There will only be 5 dungeons in total that they will be playing this weekend. Right now, we have announced 3 of them. They can either choose to be going Waycrest Manor, Blackrook Hold, or Galacron's Fall. And it's not really difficult math. If the highest key you manage to do on Galacron's Fall is a 26, you get 26 points for that. If you do a 27 Blackrook Hold, you get 27 points. And then at the end, we will add up all the points between the 5 dungeons, and whoever has the highest wins. If there's a tiebreaker, we will be looking at times and other factors. But for now, hopefully, we never know. We might have to end up there. But for now, we're just doing whoever's going to push the highest.
Absolutely. And for those for the revisiting, for the viewers that have been a part of the AFDL for multiple competitions, we have definitely had some quite interesting occurrences when it comes to tiebreakers in previous competitions. So you best believe that the AFDL is ready. The admins that we have working for this event are well versed in the rule book, so that should we have any other points of contention for this competition or anything that requires that extra look, we have the team on hand to be able to take care of that, because yes, this is a competition and the teams are competing against each other, but also at the end of the day, this is for charity and for the communities to be able to showcase what they are made of. So the AFDL is doing everything that is possible for them to foster that in a healthy competitive environment, but making sure that we are by the rules. So if we do see any tiebreakers, we will be able to deal with those as they go. But currently, the teams are just focusing on getting all of their points on the board, making sure that they are kind of taking their own keys and doing with them as they will. A Coast Guard already on Chronocar in their 26, taking that boss in stride, making sure to watch out for all those mechanics, getting some low health bars across everywhere. Got to watch out for all of the kind of damage that just happens organically over that fight. And the army is already taking care of the. Looks like they're on that mini boss leading up to the second boss of their 26 Blackrock Hold. So teams are definitely pushing through, and it will be quite interesting to see what the scoreboard looks like at the end of day one.
And it looks like US Army is having no issues at all, even with those scouts and the raging. Like, I was worried that on these hierarchies, even though it's tyrannical, when those volleys and knife dances start going out, there's a lot of AoE damage, and you can either choose to line of sight them or you can stun them. Or your healer is going to have to pump out some serious HPS, but are seeming to have no issues at all. Perhaps it's that augmentation evoker that just kind of gives them that little extra wiggle room, both with the CC of their knockbacks and knockups, but also with that stamina increase that they can bring. We've seen the army pulling that pack that they just finished into this boss, every single pack, every single pull, even on 24, but now they're starting to slow down a little bit. They have the time. There's no issues, and they're just going to take boss by boss on a tyrannical. You don't want to go messing up. And they're making sure to take it nice and slow. We do see Warrior Gamer now have switched over to a 15 fall. They decided to hold off on their 26th and are just kind of chilling for now, getting that scoreboard back up on par with Ukrainian. Wow.
Absolutely. Now, not to throw the Warrior Gamer tank under the bus, but those pants are looking a little broken, getting close there. So, might want to be careful about tracking durability. But they're in a 15. I'm sure they don't have any concerns of any wiping or anything like that. Just there's nothing worse than going into a 25, 26. And your gear breaking in the middle of it. Coast Guard Gaming, though, they defeated their first boss of their 26, getting Chronocar progressing through the dungeon to get to probably the toughest platform in the dungeon. There's just so much that goes out, and on a fortified 26, those dots would be brutal. Ukrainian WoW in their 18, still with the Wakecrest Manor, pushing along, possibly even having some difficulties. They're probably just guaranteeing the 21. But they are going along that way. And in this Blackrock Hold, those tyrannical bosses have so much health. And for any that may have taken a break during this season or haven't been playing as much, there has been a pretty significant change to this Ravencrest boss, the second boss of Blackrock Hold. Now, in the intermission phase, the boss will target typically a ranged player, if there is a ranged available, with an I-beam. Now, in the past, the strategy has allowed for the ranged, typically a healer, to be able to jump in place, thereby preventing a pool that spawns at where the beam is being focused. And there was it was able to dodge the damage, so you're not having a ton of area denial and you're able to mitigate a significant amount of damage. However, recently, in the past couple weeks, Blizzard deemed it necessary to nerf that, so now anytime a target is targeted with this beam, they're going to have to move around. And on a 26, you do not want to risk taking more damage than you need to, especially on tyrannical bosses.
Absolutely. It seems like they've had no issues whatsoever, though. This bleed here is dangerous. The throw glaive, you see the mage going dangerously low at. Oh no, I'm now seeing that the health bar is opposite. They're just fine actually. But they don't seem to have had any issues at all. They've had one death in this dungeon so far. Didn't see it on this boss. Might have been earlier on one of the packs. And here we see the ads coming in. They're probably just gonna ignore them as they finish this boss on 0% right there. They are really going for this 26 right here. While Blackrock Hold is considered, oh, We have a wall runner.
Possibly a little bit of a tab out as getting ready to go across, but the
Absolutely.
boulder boss is hard, but it looks like they're going to get into the juicy pool of this dungeon. Now, since their Ret Paladin did swap to Evoker, they now have a means of dealing with a Mass Soothe. So, for those that may not be as familiar with the Evoker, it is a new class and race introduced in the Dragonflight expansion, and they have an ability that they're able to talent into that allows them to not only AoE cleanse off raging abilities, but it will also can be talented into to extend CC durations on those targets, as well as reduce the cooldown of the ability per soothed target. So by bringing in this evoker, they're able to just make quick work. Everything gets super low health, the raging goes out, and they're able to overawe and take care of it. Based on unit frames, though, they aren't particularly worried, or it could even just be that there is so much, and what I believe is more accurate, there is so much raging going out that as soon as the evoker was able to start the beginnings of the soothes, there was just enough to be able to get it back almost immediately. And as you can see, they were able to do it again. All of that pack, that entire trash pack, has just been trivialized by being able to AoE soothe that pack, and they're finishing up the last bits of it, being able to carry out to the rest of this dungeon.
We did see that Demon Hunter go low for just a second, even with a tyrannical. Having that many mobs on you, all just auto attacking you, can add up very quickly, but they were just fine with their healer, making sure they pump that out. We are seeing a 15 here, change of pace, and they're just finishing up. Warrior Gamer are just finishing up Ridicron, and it's not even 10 seconds into this cast that they managed to finish it up. A still 9 minutes and 55 seconds to 3 chest this 15. Um, this is the fun part of having teams being able to switch back and forth. We're able to see a 26 on one hand, and then we're just switching right over to a 15. And I totally understand needing just a little bit of a break after pushing for an hour and a half. It's not trivial staying focused for that long, and then just being able to take a little bit of a break and just hang out in a 15. We see Coast Guard Gaming about to engage the second boss of Galakrond's Fall on a 26. Even on a fortified, we saw last time their warlock, their demonology warlock, going down after not really respecting those balls quite enough. You'll see here in just a moment how the boss starts channeling little circles going out from the boss in a circle. And if they're in the light zone, the balls move very fast, and in the dark zone, they move slowly. And it's easy to get caught out in one of these balls if you're not quite keeping on top of it. We also see these dispels as these large circles are going out from these targets. It looks like maybe they immuned one. I only saw one circle. Not sure how they did that, but they seem to be doing just fine. Still having a devastation evoker here. Kind of fun to see not seeing them not going augmentation even on these higher keys. I suppose they want to go for speed rather than safety. And there's a double dispel. I see they're doing a mass dispel. Very smart. Nope. I'm just being silly. There's 2 dispels.
No, the Coast Guard is definitely taking a very interesting approach here. I feel, especially since the introduction of Augmentation Evoker at the end of Season 2, there has been this kind of this feel in the community that it is almost entirely mandatory. Devastation still being a very good spec, it typically outshined just from how much the Augmentation Evoker is able to help, not only with the damage from the other DPS, but the healing and just defensibility and survivability that an Aug is able to provide. As you get higher, it typically will outshine the damage that a Devastation Evoker can bring. But this dev that we have here with Coast Guard Gaming, they are showing up and they are making sure that they can prove themselves and say, you know what, I'm not an Og, but he is currently on the floor dead. As we are hyping him up, the boss is still pretty low. There's a lot of deaths here. It's up to the remainder to be able to kind of finish off this boss. Very terrifying on a 26, even as a fortified. This is a very difficult boss.
The healer going down, but having a soul stone, I assume, getting right back up and making sure that the DPS are stabilized as they are finishing off the last couple percentages here on this second boss. They were making sure to respect those balls coming out. You know, there's different ways to deal with that. Either you go with the rotation, which means you might have to move a little bit more, or you take your chances and find that gap between the fast and the slow zones. It is definitely, I could say it's up to preference. One safe and one less safe. Or maybe one dangerous and one less dangerous. Neither of them are really that safe.
It is all very, very... Oh man, I don't envy them. That just these dungeons at these levels, they can be incredibly dangerous. For a little bit of an insight on, we've seen the teams in Fall do this a couple times when there are deaths, but for those that may be asking themselves, why are they dead? Why didn't they resurrect on the platform? Like, what's going on? There is typically a strategy when in Galakrond's Fall to skip a mob leading up to this ice portal. So if you have to resurrect, it could take some extra time to get everyone together because you're able to move collectively to skip it, and it is a creature that has true sight, so you can't invis past it. You can use a lock gate to skip, but a lot of teams will just elect to move. Once they get to this ice zone in the dungeon, it creates a new spawn point. So if people are dying at the end of the second boss, or if there are any other types of complications, typically they will just wait until they have made it to the next part of the dungeon in order to just respawn there versus trying to regroup and collect themselves to push forward. Though that boss was pretty scary for Coast Guard, it looked like towards the end, they are still able to carry on through the dungeon and get to another very difficult part with these dragons. Warrior Gamer in their 18, already clearing up the entire ring with barely being in the dungeon for more than 3.5 minutes. And we can see that Black Rook hold the army on the 26, finishing up the third boss, a very dangerous boss in this dungeon. Looks like there was a bit of a mage death. That charge is very dangerous at this level, but they're still able to kill the third boss and proceed through the hallway to get to the final boss of this 26 tyrannical Blackrook hold.
And the final boss is arguably, maybe not even arguably, the most dangerous boss in this dungeon. And we will be seeing that right after an ad break, which is coming up here. Make sure you don't click away. You will want to see this 26 Lord Kurtalos for US Army. But we will see you after this ad break. Unless you're subscribing, because then you don't have to see that break. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for supporting the AFDL and these teams.
Absolutely. Being able to put on these events would not be possible without the love and support of not only the community, but for all of the viewers out there. So we appreciate you so much, because not only does it allow us an opportunity to cast over some World of Warcraft, which who doesn't love doing that, but it allows these teams to compete, and we get to support charities on behalf from the AFDL. So there are a lot of perks to supporting, and we appreciate that from you.
Absolutely. And it's fun getting to see these high keys. They're, they don't seem to be sweating too much. They have 4 deaths, but still good on timing. Probably not getting that +2. Seems out of reach with a plus with a 26 and 4 minutes on a tyrannical. But it'll, they seem to be doing just fine with these ads, which can be kind of chaotic with all the jumping. There's ads here. Those ads, if you don't have movement speeds abilities, or alternatively some stops and stuns for those, you're going to have to move a lot, quite a lot. And here we see them engaging this last boss of a Black Hole 26 Tyrannical.
Absolutely. Now, one of the cool things we get to see here is the army has been getting to this last boss without Lust. Even I believe in their 24, Lust was still on cooldown by the time they had made it up. So on a 26, we see them electing to just use it right out the gate. This first part of the boss fight can be very dangerous. Not only are there the whirling blades, these glaives going out and about that will, at this key level, get dangerously close to one-shotting. There are shadow bolts that'll go out and can chunk party members, and the tank is getting a bleed. Now, once the Dreadlord has come out, after that initial shadow bolt volley, the group is buffed, and so the bleeds and other damage going out is not as big of an issue. So being able to lust through arguably the hardest part of this boss fight allows them to get out of it quicker and just be able to tear this boss apart. We see the darkness usage. We do see a healer death. It is very terrifying at this level. Hopefully there's BRs going out, but then the Shadow Priest is down too.
Shadow Priest goes down, and they are out of battle rests. They have nothing left. They did have one left. I am reading their UI wrong. I just see that 340 on their battle rest, and they popped darkness there. I saw the evoker rescuing their healer, or perhaps their priest. I'm not sure. One of their squishies. Which, if you haven't played evoker, if they rescue, both of the players get a 30% health shield, and that was still not enough to save them. That is a dangerous Shadow Bolt volley, and the reason now that you see that these Shadow Bolt volleys coming out won't be as dangerous is because of that buff that you were talking about, Driss. They have a health and damage increase, which means that they can take those Shadow Bolt volleys on the chin, whereas that first one is extremely dangerous. 2 deaths with a third very almost close, but it seems like they've stabilized, and now it's all comes down to execution of making sure to breaking these swarms quickly and then not getting caught in the clouds to fall asleep. The most dangerous part is definitely behind them, but they can't go to sleep, so to speak, on this boss because there's still a lot of damage going out. I wonder if they didn't have Zephyr, which is a big damage save from evokers, but darkness, a lot of people trust darkness, but when you get on 26 Tyrannical, you can't trust one defensive ability.
Yeah, it definitely seems, at least if we're understanding the AI right, or the UI correctly, there may have been some things, they may have just underestimated how much damage is going out exactly, but they had the safeguards in place. They did have battle reses to be able to compensate. This also could have been a good feeler for them if they were trying to figure out how much damage they could get away with before committing other types of cooldowns. Since they do have 30% of the boss left, 12 seconds left of a double chest, so we're not going to see the 26 double chest, but they are on pace. They are getting this boss done, and very soon here we will be seeing the first timed 26 of this spring clash.
And it is perhaps a good choice, and maybe they were hoping for a +2, but we see the evoker falling asleep there. With the 26 being so tight already with deaths, perhaps a 27 is safer to try to secure that one extra point rather than going for the 28, and we lose the Shadow Priest, but the boss is close enough to go down that they are still gonna get that first 26 of the tournament in the bag. GG to US Army Esports. I think we're going to take a quick look at the scoreboard here if we are able to get that up. We have another 26 currently going in fall for the US Coast Guard. Let's have a quick look here where the standings are at. We have had a couple different groups now go into Waycrest Manor. We have Warrior Gamer, which have completed the 24. They plus 2'd it and have a 26 in the bag. Ukrainian WoW are currently, they finished their 18 and are ready with their next key there. We have 3 different groups that have spent some time in Galakrond's Fall, with the Coast Guard completed a 24, currently on a 26, Warrior Gamer doing a 15, working on their 18, Ukrainian WoW finished their 21, and US Army Esports finishing the first 26 of the tournament in a Blackrook hold. I see some subscription in chat. Thank you for subscribing to the AFDL. All your donations and your subscribing helps support this organization and the cause. And if you're new and you have just tuning in, the winning team of this tournament will select a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money, donations, and sub money, which will be in addition to just supporting these events, will be donated on behalf of the AFDL to the winning team's chosen charity. If you would like to support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, click the link below the stream or type !donate in chat. Your generosity is very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Now, bringing it back in, it's looking like the Army, unless we may have seen it just a little bit different, they may be choosing to start spreading the wealth a little bit as far as the keys go, maybe electing not to jump right into that 27. We could be proven wrong here in just a moment. Looking at Coast Guard Gaming in the top left, they are getting ready for their own final boss. Looks like they did let an incorporeal go off as they're finishing up this last bit of trash. Makes things a little bit more difficult to handle since it does reduce a lot of the numbers going out. But they are able to still press forward. It's looking like they have about 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on their clock to be able to double chest this. And with a Ridicron, even on a fortified at this level, can be a 4 to 5 minute boss fight. So as long as they are able to keep this pace, they should be able to secure this 26. We do see Warrior Gamer in the top right electing to take their break. For those that have not watched or been with us before, each team is given a 15-minute break window, which they are able to divide out how they wish. Should the team want to take all 15 minutes in one go, they can, or they can spread out that time, doing 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, another 5 minutes, or however they wish to kind of divvy up that time frame. Ukrainian WoW is in their 21. They were able to double chest the 18-way Crest Manor. They are getting through their 21, and the Army is looking like they are prepping to go into Fall and start running up that key. Maybe just put possibly some more pressure on Coast Guard, or they could even just be going through this because comparative of their remaining dungeons, Fall is perceived as a much easier dungeon to get triple chested and get brought up to a higher level.
Absolutely. And like you said, we see them switching from that Augmentation Evoker back to a Paladin. Not an Augmentation Evoker. We see Devtos on the Devastation pushing that damage done on this fight. And they pulled Lust right. Oh, as Destabilize is going off. They are... Oh, I see. It's mind controlled. I was worried for a second, but the priest has mind controlled this incorporeal, which actually reduces the damage done by the boss instead of the players. The second 26 of this tournament, not a tyrannical, but a fortified. But like you said, that does not make Iridicron much of a shorter fight. It is still very long, especially with this intermission that we're seeing right now, where the boss gets a big shield, starts pulsing damage, and then shoots out these spikes. When they break the shield, like they just did, we will pretty soon here see a frontal that they will have to move out of. And it is a bit of a juggling act to know when to push their damage. Either, like they decided to do, they dropped the Lust on pull to try to pump as much damage into Ridicron as possible to hit that 90% mark to be able to trigger the last phase of the fight, or save your cooldowns for the shield to make sure that phase goes faster, but then you have less damage on the actual boss. It is a bit of a a balancing act. Depends on the group composition you have. Also worth noting, you get a big damage buff after this soak that we're seeing right here. There's a tank soak and then a group soak on Chromie. Chromie's kind of low. Seems like Chromie is
Oh
going down. That is
no!
going to be a wipe on the 26th. Dawn of the Infinites Galakrond's fall. That
Now,
is tragic.
that is horrible. For those that may not have had the opportunity to do fall, a very key mechanic in the Iridicron boss fight is keeping Chromie alive. For anybody in Shadowlands, it's very similar to the Kael'thas fight from Nathria. The purpose of this fight is you need to balance doing damage to Iridicron and making sure Chromie is alive. Chromie will give different opportunities to save players from mechanics, but also during that soak, she needs to be at a certain health percentage or will risk being killed. Now, this puts the Coast Guard in a very, very tight position. There is enough time on the clock for them to still time this key, but they cannot afford to have any mistakes. They will not have lust for the rest of this key. And just looking at that health bar, Iridicron has a billion HP. Now, you only have to get him to 85% to complete the boss encounter, but that is not including shields that come out. This is going to require the Coast Guard to give it 110%. They cannot afford to misplay anything here if they want to be able to time this 26.
That is a tragedy. I have a very similar experience in a 26, I believe, fall, where our healer simply forgot to heal Chromie in between these phases. Right now, you see that Chromie is at about half health, and the healer needs to heal her back up to full to be ready for these next soak phase. They seem to be trying to get on it. The healer is chilling a little bit. Like I said, like I was just about to say before this wipe, after you finish that soak, you do get a big buff from Chromie, which increases your healing and damage done. The Warlock is not watching where they're at. Do we have a combat dress coming out? I understand this. This is on a 26. You've been pushing for almost 2 hours, and the fatigue is starting to set in. You're starting to lose focus a little bit, perhaps. But after that group soak, it is a great idea to start healing Chromie when you have the spare time, because you have that increased healing done. And it's a great time to pop CDs because you have increased damage done into that shield phase.
Absolutely. And that is a point of having a Devastation Evoker can present a easier time of dealing with shields. Now, Aug Evokers do have this ability as well, but Evokers as a class in their class tree can talent into an ability that does more damage to shields. So they're definitely they're most likely utilizing that to take out these shields. And they're just at a point, though, that they cannot afford any other mishaps. A lot of damage going out. Healers doing exactly what they can to try and keep everyone alive. Now, there is the time between Chromie's initial health loss to the next instance of soaks that the healer can give that time to just making sure everyone else is topped off. But they do have 3 minutes left. Iridicron is still about halfway to the point of the burn phase, but they still have this massive shield that they have to burn through if they have any hope of wanting to still time this key.
You can see why they are bringing this Devastation Evoker, though. On the bottom right, you see the damage done. I think the one above is damage done overall, where you can see that the Warlock has done more damage throughout the dungeon. But on this fight specifically, the Evoker is getting a lot of use out of that shield damaging spell. The healer is doing a great job keeping Chromie up. Do not want that to happen again. I think I saw Iridicron is currently at 93%. We have 2 minutes left. I think we might see one more shield intermission. But even with that, they might have enough time.
If they definitely go to that shield, it is going to be incredibly close. It's not So to kind of look, as we can see on the UI, the Warlock does have a kind of scrolling bar that is showing us when mechanics are coming out. What we can see here is the soak is going to start in about 3 seconds, and they have about 20 seconds before that shield, meaning that the Coast Guard team now currently has 15 seconds to transition the boss into the burn phase, or they have to go through an entirely other shield. Now
They are at
it's close. It is very close.
90.2. I think I see 90.1. Are they going to push it? They are going to make it to the last intermission phase, and they have 1 minute and 15 seconds, but actually they only have 20 seconds until the boss wipes them. This is still intense on healing, and you cannot let up. Even though you want all the damage possible into this boss, you still need to keep your group up. It looks like they are not going to have any issues finishing off this last part of the fight. There's 3 seconds, and they finish the 26 Galakrons fall with 49 seconds left on the clock.
Absolutely amazing recovery from the Coast Guard gaming team. Now, this is where things are now getting very interesting. Coast Guard is able to secure the first 26 fall timed for the competition. Army still has the only 26 Blackrock hold, and they were the first to complete the Blackrock hold. Now, this is the type of performance we expect from the Winter Invitational winner and runner-up. They're the only teams that have that timed 26. Though you could debate which run was smoother between both teams, they both have that on the board, and they both have the 27s in bag. Army is a little bit more ahead of the competition since they are finishing up their 15 fall, and they are going to triple chest this and get that 18 in bag. So it'll just be up to how Coast Guard, as it looks, chooses to handle their Waycrest manner. They're going into Waycrest to get that key built up. Warrior Gamer getting over the halfway mark in their 21 fall, and the Ukrainian WoW team is still in that 21 Waycrest manner, finishing up and the Lady Waycrest fight to get towards the last part of this dungeon.
We're seeing a really good spread across all 4 of these teams, with 2 teams, like we just said, pushing those 226 keys, having issues on the final bosses of both of those dungeons, with 2 deaths for the Army on the last boss in Blackrock Hold, and unfortunately a full party wipe for the Coast Guard, while still being able to secure that time. And Ukrainian WoW are now spreading out. This is going to be their second dungeon with a plus 21. The same goes for Warrior Gamer once they finish up this fall. But we're currently seeing that Ukrainian WoW is ahead and are already on the final boss of their second dungeon with a plus 21. It's an exciting time. It's really good competition so far. Only in this first 2.5 hours, not even 2 hours of day 1.
Exactly. The heat that each team is bringing to this competition definitely makes this one to watch. Being able to, like you said, it hasn't even been 2 hours, and we have 2 teams having already timed 26 keys in Blackrock Hold and Galakron's Fall, respectively. If this is the end, if this isn't even the halfway mark of day 1, what is day 3 even going to look like? What these key levels are going to be, we could potentially see close to 29s, maybe even done, depending on how each team decides to clean up their runs. Army does have a rather solid Blackrock hold that they're able to run through, which they could even net a couple more levels of that, just kind of changing up where they're sending their defensives. Coast Guard does have a lot more to clean up with the fall, but they still are in that range that with some tweaks, they will be able to push that up even more. And we still haven't seen Coast Guard in Blackrock Hold. And Army, we haven't seen them get into the higher levels in the other keys. They could have some strategies there that will trivialize some things maybe the other teams are having issues with, or they could come across very similar issues at those different points. But we still have 3 hours of today to see kind of where the teams will end up and how that puts them in the rankings leading into day 2.
and Warrior Gamer, we are currently seeing them finishing up, entering the third phase of the third boss in Galakrond's Fall. We have not yet seen Warrior Gamers take on a 26, but they've managed to do a really solid job so far, and they will be the second team to have a second 21 in their scoreboard, which is going to put them up there. And it'll be interesting to see as things progress, because we've already seen the U.S. Army really seeing the dangers of a high tyrannical key. We only have so far, out of the three, we're going to have 5 keys total. We are so far only have 3 dungeons revealed, and only one of them is tyrannical. And we've seen that danger of the tyrannical bosses in Blackrock Hold, with deaths happening on both the third and final boss. And if you're not playing it safe on that third boss and making sure that you have the defensives needed, it doesn't matter how much time you have. If you can't survive the final boss, it's not going down. And so while there's definitely some tweaking that can be done, I'm wondering if that Blackrock Hold, the last boss of Blackrock Hold, isn't going to be a bit of a bottleneck for some of these teams. But they've proved themselves to really be able to put in the work. So what do I know? Maybe they're going to surprise all of us and make it all the way to the 30s.
And we would love to see that. The last time that the AFDL had seen keys in the 30 range would have been during the Shadowlands kind of end of season, or not end of season, but back when there was Junkyard in the rotation of Shadowlands was the last time we saw 30s and higher being timed in this competition. So will Dragonflight Season 3 be the season? Is the Spring Clash going to be the one that we see those 30s coming out? For those that may not be aware, Season 4 is doing a massive difficulty kind of squish, you could say, as far as dungeons will go, where you can essentially consider it as if you were to add 10 levels of difficulty starting in the lower bracket. A 10 next season is going to be as difficult, if not more difficult, than a 20 of this season. So this could be the last opportunity we see in the AFDL for Dragonflight to even get to see something this high, depending on how this next season is tuned. But if we were going to have this happen in any competition, it is definitely going to be this one with all of these previous Clash winners. If we're seeing the 26s on day one, it sets them up to be successful for the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. 4 absolutely amazing teams: Coast Guard Gaming, US Army Esports, Ukrainian WoW, and Warrior Gamer, all winners of previous AFDL tournaments. And this is truly a clash of champions. And we've gotten to see, I believe, just the tip of the iceberg so far with 2 26s. And honestly, these teams are just casually strolling through these up to 21s. Even 24 seems so far to not really have been any issue. And we see Ukrainian WoW, they've been able to just knock out 21s in both Galakrond's Fall and Waycrest Manor, and are now heading into Blackrock Hold. Perhaps they're going for what you were talking about. They're going to push all of their keys up to a nice 24, and then just put all their effort into perfecting their routes to get those high keys done.
Absolutely. We'll see how it all translates. Looking like Ukrainian WoW is choosing to, they finished up that 21. Looks like they're just going to get 21s across the board. They're jumping right into that Blackrock Hold on the 15, and they will most likely make very quick work of that. Coast Guard Gaming is barely 5 minutes in the key and already on their way to third boss. There are no problems in getting this triple chest. Now, for viewers of the Winter Invitational, you will notice a very interesting thing in the Coast Guard's composition. They are running a Ret Paladin, though we do have some deaths in the 15, possible some bursting. The Coast Guard had some potential difficulties running a Ret Paladin in their Waycrest at the end of the Invitational. Previously, some of the ability interactions that Retribution Paladin had in Waycrest Manor would pull mobs through the walls, just with the nature of how their Divine Storm would work. They would be pulling, and we did see that to kind of the detriment of Coast Guard Gaming, caused them some issues during the Winter Invitational. That has since been fixed from Blizzard. So Waycrest, it is now safe to bring your Ret Paladins, and it looks like Coast Guard wants to let them shine in this dungeon as the Ret is really showing up. We can see on the overall damage, just being able to be an AoE powerhouse, and again, a dungeon that is filled with a handful of undead mobs. Or at the very least, there is enough AoE going out that you can make a lot of use of having a Retribution Paladin, especially when you're trying to get triple chest done.
Absolutely. If you're just joining the chat and you're just joining us here, welcome to the AFDL. This is a organization that provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. But the AFDL is not doing this alone. We have partners with us, one of them being a Chaos Creative, and the other being Raider.io. Happily being partnered with Raider.io. We're being featured on the Rio homepage right now. And if you're not familiar, Raider.io is the go-to PvE platform for Mythic Plus players, showing you exactly where you stand with rankings, with score. Go check them out. And with that note, we are going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be right back after that. Or you can subscribe and help us continue these events, but we'll be right back after a short break. And for those who are still here, subscribers, how many of you have managed to see us on Raider.io? Would love to hear you shout out. How did you find us? Are you from Raider.io? Is that how you saw us on the front page? Or perhaps you've been part of this for a long time on Twitter? Tell us in chat, how did you find this event? We'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely. Well, and we can extend that. At the beginning we talked about I've been doing AFDL for a while now. But Ease, how did you hear about AFDL? What got you excited to be able to, well, not even be able to, but just wanting to cast an event like this? How did you hear about this competition?
That's an excellent question. I realized I should probably introduce myself more when we started the event, but I am mostly a podcaster. I host the Realm Maintenance podcast, which is a Blizzard-centric podcast, technically covering mostly other podcasts where we showcase and interview other podcasters and content creators. But we also cover news. And then I also host the Wrath Babies podcast, which is actually not a Wrath Classic podcast, but simply hosted by me and my co-host Eric, who are both Wrath babies. And we talk Mythic Plus, we push Mythic Plus. We've been competing in other community-based tournaments similar to the AFDL, namely the Oasis community, which I know later today you will be hearing from Cherry, who is one of the organizers and founders of the Oasis community, helping other people finding groups and learning how to play better, and also the Dungeon Dojo Invitational. You'll hear me and Eric together casting on Sunday, the first shift on Sunday. Really, Mariella and I, one of the organizers from Chaos Creative, reached out to me through the Bonus Roll Productions community. And I'd heard about this. I've seen the U.S. Army Esports and a couple of the other teams just out in other competitions. And I was thrilled to be asked to be part of hosting this. So happy to get to cast with you, Driss, a true veteran of these events, being part of it for so long. How did you get started? I know this is a fascinating conversation. I'd love to hear. Again, I've heard it, but for our listeners and watchers, how did you get involved in the AFDL?
Absolutely. So I have been around since its inception. I remember when it was originally the kind of the founder of this event. We'll get to see him this weekend. Hothead, he had come to me and some of the some of the others in the circle, Flan and Dr. Jones. You'll see them probably lurking around, and had this idea for a cool event because we had all been on the Air Force's WoW team and kind of been doing things different capacities. And so, yeah, I just got to be from its inception, got to do a lot of the competing, and I just gotten to do in some capacity help out, volunteer, or compete for almost every single competition. And speaking of competition, we're able to take a look at these teams right now. Warrior Gamer finishing up Amalgam of Souls on their 15, getting ready to push the rest of the dungeon. Not even 2 minutes on the clock and already getting done with the first boss. We have Coast Guard Gaming making their way to the final boss of their 15, Waycrest Manor. Still very much going to triple chest this one. Ukrainian WoW in the 15 Black Rockhold going up the Indiana Jones boss floor, the first one that is, and still having plenty of time on the clock. And we can look down at the Army already in their 18 fall, and it looks like getting ready to go to the 18 Iridicron. So the Army will be able to have that 21 here relatively soon, while the other teams are making sure to get their next 18s within the next couple minutes as well.
It's kind of nice to have a bit of a break now. I'm feeling the adrenaline, and I'm still a little bit sweaty from those 26s, especially that 26 fall that we saw from the Coast Guard. Having a wipe on the last boss of the dungeons, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, still managing to time that. So it's nice now to have, some 15s, some 18s, just kind of chill for a little bit and talk about the teams and just what what they're all about, because we have some really great competitors in this competition. We've talked about the Coast Guard, and it's just I love being able to see these organizations, these communities, these truly truly, what's the word I'm looking for? My ESL brain is happening. Truly committed individuals, not just committed to their nations, but also to their passions and to each other, being able to support each other and just showing a fire unlike no other. I'm loving it. I'm so happy to be here.
Well, definitely glad to be up here with you. That is for sure. I know, at least being on the the service side, the veteran side of things, it's very easy to kind of get in your own little bubble and just kind of get used to how your environment is around you. And so being able to participate not only in a community but in a competition and an event that gets to combine not only like-minded individuals but even just people who want to be supportive or that come from entirely different backgrounds, being able to kind of expand that space and just being able to connect through, in this instance, World of Warcraft is such an amazing time. And it's awesome to see not only how the other branches do it, but how other veteran communities and how other nations' armed forces, how they approach gaming and being able to connect with even past language barriers through the means of gaming is such an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show, how many different communities there are in WoW. And WoW can truly, for a game that's been going for a long time, it can still bring people together and in such a crazy way, right? And these are people from all over the world, all over the country, all over the continent, and we can get together for something that might seem trivial as a video game, but everybody who has played a video game, and especially a game like WoW, and found community, find friends, sometimes found family, it's so much more than just a game. So much more.
Oh, absolutely. Especially this game turns 20. World of Warcraft will have been around for 20 years. And even some of the competitors have been playing the game since the original Vanilla WoW beta. Just being able to see that community foster. I mean, when you think of it this way, right? There are people playing the game and in the armed services that were born after its launch. That's going to make a lot of people in chat feel old, and I apologize for that. But it's just insane to see how the means of gaming are able to bridge those generational gaps, but then also be able to just unify all types of individuals. And being able to compete and have bragging points against the other teams is also obviously a huge win of this type of event.
And spoken like a true competitor. Yeah, and it's I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And we're seeing, again, we have a 21 now on the screen here with the US Army in fall. They've been able to push their 15 up to that 21 point. So far, we've only seen the US Army in Blackrock Hold and now a couple dungeons, a couple runs of fall. We've seen the most spread from Ukrainian WoW now in their third dungeon of the competition to try to push that up. We can only assume to a 21 to have that full spread of 21s to then be able to choose their dungeon to push higher than that. Even though 5 hours might seem like a long time, and if you're just doing one key, absolutely, one dungeon as high as possible, you can get a lot out of that. But when you have to push a spread of dungeons, you don't have to do, the quote unquote easy 15 to 21 ones. You have to do it 3 times today, and then another time when we announce the 4th dungeon tomorrow, and then a 5th time when we announce the last dungeon on Sunday. And so it takes some stamina to stay focused throughout that entire time. We've only seen one team so far go for a part of their break, with Warrior Gamer having a 5-minute break. As far as I know, at least, perhaps we saw a break going while we were focused on Coast Guard or US Army, but it seems like they're just pushing on and saving those breaks for when their brains are really starting to feel the fatigue. But it's fun now seeing the emerging different tactics. While Coast Guard and the US Army seems to have a very similar strategy for how they're going to push their keys up, we have Ukrainian WoW that's just from the very beginning, they've pushed to 21 and then gone on to the next. So they'll have a big spread now, completing their first run of Blackrock Hold, soon here going into a 15. You can see here they already have 21 Waycrest, 21 Fall, and going into an 18 Blackrock, hopefully to getting that up to a 21 as well. And finally, Warrior Gamer, who have had, I think they got a 20, their fall, they got all the way up to, no, they started in Waycrest Manor. I'm getting my memories confused here. They got a Waycrest Manor up to 24 and then fall to 21 and now back into a new dungeon, changing up their strategy just a little bit.
Absolutely. And we'll see how that decides to pay off with Ukrainian WoW. They will be having everything across the board at 21. That allows them to have some more options. Like they will dial into the pushing stage of the competition maybe a little bit later, but they will have a wide enough array of things to do that they can be, in a sense, productive just by every key that they're running at that point is a push key, whereas the other teams will then have to spend that time getting those keys out of the speed realm and then put them into the pushing environment. Now, for the purposes of score, though, the pressure that Coast Guard and Army has been able to place on the other teams is that they both currently have the highest timed keys. And so even if it comes down to a across the board, the teams all have similar scores, the teams that have that higher timed key are going to be put at a slight advantage should we come into any tie-breaking shenanigans. So just because we might be seeing more score from Ukrainian WoW or other teams that would have more keys timed, those 26s are going to be lingering over everyone's head. And if I'm Warrior Gamer or Ukrainian WoW going into the rest of this competition, you already know that you're going to likely have to get a 26 or higher timed if you want to avoid any potential tie-breaking deciding factors. Just because points are important, but getting those high key timed, that definitely is going to be a little intimidating knowing that there are those 26s already on the board.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining, you can see right now, actually, all 3 currently active and announced dungeons. We have Waycrest Manor. You can see Coast Guard going through Waycrest Manor right now, which has the affixes Fortified, Afflicted, and Bursting. Right to the right of them, you can see Warrior Gaming. Wow, Warrior Gaming. Warrior Gamer, I'm getting there. In the Blackrock Hold with a Tyrannical, Volcanic, and Raging affix set. And finally, in the bottom right, you can see the U.S. Army in a Galakron's Fall with Fortified, Incorporeal, and Bursting. Tomorrow, we will be announcing a 4th dungeon, and on Sunday, a 5th. I see a subscription in chat. Thank you so much, Only Oakson. Your subscriptions, not only do they get you out of watching the ads, it also supports AFDL with our mission to provide military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. We also have a wonderful partner in Chaos Creative, and they deliver immersive, inspiring experiences. They're the ones who make sure that this production is even happening, that this high quality, beautiful looking production where we can see all 4 teams and split between them is even happening. If you have an online, in-person, or hybrid, no matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help. Head over to chaoscreative.gg and discuss you bringing your big ideas to life together with them. We also are partnered with Raider.io, and you should check them out to see all the benefits of logging directly to the premier platform for PvE players. We love our partners. Thank you for working with us, and we appreciate all the bits and cheering and subscriptions as well. And even those who are just watching the ads, that helps us as well. Thank you for not just tabbing away when we're running those ads. That helps us continue to run this event for you.
Absolutely. And another subscription in the chat for Zelko Stream. Thank you so much for supporting the AFDL. And like East said, it allows AFDL to be able to not only host and run such an amazing event, but it also gets back to the charities. So it's a full circle support. You're not just supporting us, but the charities that the winners are able to select, they are impacted as well. So we appreciate that so much. It's looking back at the dungeons, that Warrior Gamer is getting that 18 Blackrock Hold put into the slot. On the bottom right, U.S. Army Esports is getting ready to engage the 3rd boss of their 21 fortified Galakron's Fall. Bottom left, Ukrainian WoW looks to be in the 18 Blackrock Hold, starting at Amalgam, so they should be getting that done pretty quickly there. And in the top left, we have Coast Guard Gaming on their 18 Waycrest Manor, finishing up trash to get down to the basement, where then they will be in the last stretch of the dungeon and get that 21 in their bags.
I love actually how Ukrainian WoW has been so different throughout this competition. You know, all the other teams decided to keep pushing the same key for a while, and Ukrainian WoW pretty quickly decided that, you know what, we are not going to stress ourselves out just yet. We're going to get warmed up. We're going to make sure we feel ready for these dungeons, doing one at a time all the way to 21. Now seeing them in the Blackrock Hold 18, and I mean, it's just nice to see good players play well, and even in, if you want to call an 18 a low, right? It depends on what you're used to, but they're playing it right. They're making sure they're killing these ads. They're not trying to make anything, you know, they're not trying to perform their way out of, like, I mean, they did the mechanic correctly, and the boss is already dead. Still have the RP affix, which everyone has to deal with. No matter how well you play, there's still the RP affix in both Blackrock Hold and also in Fall. Thankfully, they nerfed Fall RP, but there's still a little bit of RP where you have to stand around and wait for Chromie. But I'm loving what we're seeing out of Ukraine WoW today.
Absolutely. And it is important to note we are still in day 1. We are barely approaching the halfway mark of the day, and we have these teams all approaching different strategies. One of the downsides to going for very high keys is there's that possibility of failure. We almost saw it with Coast Guard Gaming in that fall. But if you're in that 26 or a 27 final boss and you wipe and you go over time, you have just wasted 30 plus minutes depending on the key that you're getting into. And that's 30, 36 minutes you're doing things on live. Oh, you kind of reset, go again. But 36 minutes in a 5-hour competition, that's almost an entire hour that has now kind of null and voided, that could have been spent possibly getting other keys that are a little lower up in place. So Ukrainian WoW being able to kind of just use that time efficiently in their own way, getting everything up and just not risking as many of those key failures from higher keys, is able to set that cushion. Now, Army, Coast Guard, they were successful in their 26s, and so they are able to keep pushing forward as they're building up their second keys. Warrior Gamer elected to, they got that 24, and they decided that, it would be better just to play it safe and leave the 26 for another day or later into today's events. So we will see kind of how the teams' strategies towards the time management of day one, to see if one team is particularly more successful than the other, or if they all end up equaling out by the end of the day. It ultimately comes down to how each team runs these dungeons. And from what we've been able to see, though there are some hiccups in different places, they have all gotten into a rhythm with how they're running the dungeons, and they are taking them at their own paces, and they are being relatively stress-free as they go through them.
And we have Zelko here in chat supporting their team, saying that they were fine, calculated wipe, and they definitely gave us some content when they wiped on that fall. And so thank you, but more so thank you for timing it. We're very happy to have those clutch moments. That's what makes these competitions so exciting, isn't it? And right now we have two of these dungeons have very intense last bosses. Waker's Manor, you could say that Goraktul, like it's definitely not the hardest boss. I wouldn't say that Goraktul is the hardest boss in Waker's Manor, but definitely for both Wake for both Blackrock Hold and Galakrond's Fall, those last bosses, final bosses, are tough, and you cannot blink for even a second or you will wipe. And right now we only have one tyrannical dungeon, but with two still to be announced, there is a likelihood that we'll have a second one. It'll be interesting to see how much that plays into the difficulty. Tyrannical versus fortified is definitely a big factor here, where at some dungeons, like I would say Waker's Manor, is definitely challenging in different ways if it's fortified or tyrannical, but still challenging on either weeks. Whereas, for example, Blackrock Hold it's so much more difficult on a tyrannical versus a fortified. Yes, fortified will absolutely still grant you some challenging mobs, especially if you have raging, which will stop you from stopping those interrupts and stuns that you need to do. And so, but the bosses are really the pain point in Blackrock Hold. So it's fun that we get to see it on a tyrannical, and I'm excited to see if we get any other dungeons on tyrannical where we can get those nitty-gritty last boss fights that just, high intensity gameplay.
Absolutely. And I know for a fact, as soon as these words leave my mouth, it's going to bite me in the foot when the Air Force does eventually compete later in this AFDL season. But at least based on the keys that we're seeing today, I do think, and I will say it, the admins and the team have done a pretty solid job of balancing difficulty with dungeon enjoyment. I think having a tyrannical Blackrock Hold still leaves way for there to be these massive pulls and engaging boss fights. Having a fortified Fall and a fortified Wakecrest Manor, there are definitely those scary pulls, but in dungeons where you have a boss like the Soulbound Goliath or even a Ridicron, being in fortified does allow there to still be that difficulty at high levels without making it feel like a brick wall as you get higher and higher. Of course, my opinion could possibly change as we go further along, but as far as right now, it's looking like the teams are, they haven't had too much difficulty with the affixes themselves and are able to progress through these dungeons with varying levels of ease in the respective levels that they are doing them.
Hey, ease. um, I absolutely think you're right. And it's so far, even on those 26s, the timer hasn't really been the issue. Yes, Coast Guard was close on that fall, but really it wasn't technically before the timer. It was those one-shot mechanics. If Chromie would have lived, they would have timed it with plenty of time to spare. And the army's run in Blackrock Hold, they also had lots of time in on that last boss. But it is those one-shots this season in particular that are just really deadly. You know, you might still have 5 minutes on the clock, but if you get one shot on Kurtalos, or by God forbid Yasma and her spiders in a Taldasar, if we're going to see that dungeon this weekend, you know, you can't do much if you get one shot, right? And so in the end, it comes down to survivability and and um, and execution.
Absolutely. And as long as they themselves are not getting executed, we can expect them to have some pretty awesome success with the keys through the rest of this weekend.
Absolutely. And we are coming up on the 2.5 hour first half of this first day of the event. If you haven't seen us before, I am Ease. I am one of the casters, and Driss here with me today. We've been keeping you entertained so far. We will be having a caster switch here in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I celebrate, I put these on after the 26 on that fall. I just happened to, we have to celebrate these big victories, and I mean, I was on the edge of my seat. What are your thoughts so far, Driss? How is this competition shaping up?
I can definitely say that this, for the first half of the first day, has been definitely the most exciting and enjoyable of, honestly, any of the previous competitions. We're seeing those 26s get done, not by just one, but by two teams. There is other 26s in bags. Everybody is at a very good pace, and this is what you expect from all of these previous winners. I am definitely excited to see where we're ending at today. There's definitely those close calls, but one of the perks of having these service member and veteran teams is they're used to dealing with some pretty difficult stuff and bouncing back, and we're seeing a lot of that training being replicated and displayed in a World of Warcraft environment. So I am just very excited. I am very just, oh man, it's such a great time to not only be casting it, but I find myself even just sitting here and watching it. Like, you're casting over everything, but then getting lost and actually watching the teams do their routes and execute their pulls. It's very enamoring, I would say.
Absolutely. It's something about watching people who are good at what they do, no matter what it is. But when it's something that, we're as passionate about as well, it's just, we love it. It's mesmerizing.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited for the rest of this weekend to see those high keys starting to be pushed. I'm sure we'll start seeing more of, the first boss didn't go as well as we wanted. Let's restart. When they start to get in those 27, 28s, they need to start, performing as best as they can. And I'm really excited to see that. I wonder, it seems like we're definitely going to have some teams who are going to be able to push those 28s. And I'm excited to see what the two teams that we haven't really seen push those really high keys yet, what the Warrior Gamer and what Ukraine WoW are going to bring to the table. If they're going to be starting to switch up some teams. We've seen the US Army, they've started switching up between going over to the Augmentation Evoker when they got into the 26. Who knows? We'll see exactly how this goes, and I'm excited to see how it continues.
Absolutely, we will see what they decide to do, if we're going to have some of those still off meta specs, or are thing going to be starting to form more into a meta.
Yeah. And so for the rest of the day, you will be continued to be hosted by Driss. Thank you, Driss, for spending this time with me. I will be jumping off, and I will be back again on Sunday. If you, for some reason, liked me, you can catch me casting more on Sunday. You can also find me on Twitter at EastBRP, and my podcasts, if you want to check them out, they're also linked on there. But for now, thank you for being here for the first half of day one of the 2024 Spring Clash of AFDL. We're going to have a quick ad break, and then we're going to have a quick caster break so that Driss can get some water, maybe step away for a second, and then you'll be joined back by Driss and our very own Cherry from the Oasis community. So thanks for being here, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
And welcome back. Good morning, evening, and afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the 2024 Spring Armed Forces Dungeon League Clash. If you were here earlier today, you saw me, but to reintroduce myself, my name is Driss, and I have the wonderful opportunity of being joined today, this evening, with the ever wonderful Cherry. If you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Cherry. If you guys don't know who I am mostly known in WoW for running a community called Oasis WoW. We do a lot of learning events and tournaments for charity and stuff like that. In terms of Mythic Plus, I am a Feral Druid main in Keys. I pushed to 3,500 as Ferals, so if there are any off-meta spec people in chat, you are my absolute favorite people. So continue inviting Feral Druids to your group. But I'm excited to be here. I really love TGP format tournaments. It's like my absolute favorite. I've competed in some TGP format community tournaments myself, and they're very exhausting, but they're very fun. And before we jump into it, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to a $100 donation that says "Go Army." So huge shout out to that. Thank you so much. If anyone else would like to donate to help support the AFDL, go ahead and do !donate in the chat. The way the donations work is that the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. So again, !donate in chat if you would like to contribute to that.
Thank you for that. Not only for the donation on behalf of the army, that is awesome for who did that, but then yes, thank you for joining, Cherry. I have been a feral main in the past. So I absolutely love it. But now that we are back, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Now, to catch you a little bit up to speed, Cherry, this morning, or the first half of this competition, we saw two 26s timed, a Black Rook hold by the U.S. Army Esports team, as well as a 26 Galakrond's Fall from the Coast Guard team. Warrior Gamer is the only team that we saw prior to break have the 26 Waycrest in bags and timed to the 24. We've seen the teams have been kind of approaching different strategies throughout the first part of the day. Ukrainian WoW deciding to get 21s and work up to that across the board in all the dungeons, while Coast Guard and Army were pushing up to that 26 and then kind of jumping into the next one up there. But since you're on desk with me right now, I'll pick your brain a little bit. If you were in this type of competition, what is your strategy? Would you try and push a key really high and then jump to the next, or would you try and kind of equally distribute the love amongst the keys?
For me, I definitely prefer pushing the same key as high as possible first. And the reason is because I feel like once you get into that groove, you want to keep going because your routes are generally going to be the same no matter how high you're pushing these keys. You might change a little bit here and there, but generally your route is going to be the same because you're running the same comp, you're running with the same people, you have a flow going. So once you get into like those 26s, 27s, 28s, I would send them over and over again because we're already familiar with it. We're already like in the zone. We should keep doing it. But that would be my personal approach. What would you do if you were in that case?
So I know with since I've had the opportunity to compete in previous AFDLs with the Air Force, we have tended to kind of mimic Ukrainian WoW strategy, which was in the past to get everything up to a 21 and then kind of play the field a little bit. But I'm not going to lie, after seeing kind of how the teams have been handling it today, putting that pressure and getting those high keys after that rhythm is definitely looking to be pretty advantageous. As we can see right now, we're back to the quad. We have all four teams up, all pushing through it. U.S. Army Esports in that 26 fall in the bottom right. So they got that 24 done while we were stepped away. And it looks like they are really trying to put that heat on Coast Guard Gaming. Warrior Gamer, that 24 Black Rook hold with Coast Guard in the 24 Waycrest. So it looks like those three teams are really trying to get those keys up, like you were talking about. Cherry is your preference, and then Ukrainian WoW is looking to get that 21 Black Rook hold to be able to say that they have the 21s in each of the keys. It's definitely looking like the teams have been continuing to kind of keep their gas on their foot on the gas, so to speak, with trying to push up these keys.
Yeah, so to talk a little more about the keys. So the three keys we have are Waycrest, Fall, and Blackrook. I actually really like these choices of keys because Blackrook and Fall are notoriously known as like some of the easier dungeons, along with like Ataldazar, I think is usually another one. So I'm really happy to see that both of these keys are in play in this tournament. So I'm hoping we see maybe one of these teams pull out a plus 30 because they are on Tournament Realm, correct?
That is correct. They for the audience to know, all the teams have access to Blizzard's tournament realm. It is a realm in its own kind of server grouping that allows each of the teams to get the highest quality gear. They have access to all the crafting items that are current as well as current season. So any myth track items out of Mythic Raid or even from the dungeons, they have access to. The only thing that they do not have is tertiaries. So they're not able to get things like avoidance, leech, or even speed on the items outside of enchants. So across the board, all the paladins are able to get their legendary. They're all geared to the teeth, probably better than a lot of the live server characters are. So they're given all the tools that they need to be able to push high, and they have access to all of the consumables as well. So they're put in a very advantageous position to be successful. It's just kind of up to their skill at that point to see how far they can really push it.
Yeah, so seeing a 30 Blackrook, I think would be one of my favorite things to see. I don't know if we'll see it today, because I'm sure these teams are already getting like pretty exhausted from running already 3 hours today. So I don't know if we'll see it today, but definitely sometimes this weekend I'm hoping we do. I think, let's see, the Blackrook is tyrannical and the Fall is fortified. So I think with Blackrook Hold, if we do get to a 30 there, that's going to be a little bit scary because, you know, a lot of these dungeons this season specifically have had a lot of one-shot things. So you really need to use defensives properly when you're doing these pulls and when like you just cannot make a mistake, especially tyrannical keys. I'm sure many people have put keys, and sometimes when you pull a boss, you have all your cooldowns up, you lust, and it's tyrannical weak, but you wipe maybe at 20% on that boss, your key is essentially bricked, and you've wasted maybe 15 to 20 minutes in that dungeon. And with this being a TGP style tournament, that costs a lot of time. That could be the difference from some other team getting another key over you. So these teams really need to plan out, like, do we go to this key? Is it going to be riskier? Should we go to a different key and try to push that one up instead? Which key should we do that'll put us ahead of these other teams?
Absolutely. And that is, we've seen a couple close calls today. The Coast Guard earlier in their 26 did have a wipe on a Ridicron in the last 5 to 6 minutes. They were able to recover, get the time, but that is definitely one of those situations, like you talked about, that could be catastrophic should they have had to entirely, if they would have had to have wiped and go again. That could be pretty dangerous for all that lost time. It is looking like what we can see right now. The Coast Guard has had a couple wipes. It looks like 10 deaths in their 24. With it being fortified, some of those packs can be pretty dangerous. It looks like Warrior Gamer may have had some complications in the Blackrook, that 24, and are electing to kind of rearrange. It looks like they could be having some swapping that they're doing since the party is looks like they have some vacancies, so we're probably going to look at some shifts there. Ukrainian WoW also looking to kind of get some stuff prepped up, reforming. Warrior Gamer taking their break, so they're utilizing the last 10 minutes of their 15 to be able to just kind of regroup. And then US Army, they are just putting in the work in 5 minutes in, already getting to that next platform on the 26 fortified fall and just really kind of pushing forward.
Yeah, I kind of want to follow them through on this 26 fall because this sand room, if anyone's done this key on a high fortified week, is very scary. You have that random dot that periodically goes out that is just absolutely chunking people in your group. You have I forgot what the dot is called, but the anomaly puts the dot on the tank and one other DPS if a healer doesn't use an absorb properly for it. And then you have these little leeches that have the enervate ability that can't go off, otherwise you take a lot of AoE damage. And then you also have Chrono Burst going out, and you have a volley you have to kick. It's a lot of interrupts and a lot of AoE damage that is super deadly in this room, and this is probably where most deaths happen. when you're running this key. It is a terrifying room.
Absolutely. And it's look we can see from their team composition, they are electing to run a more traditionally meta comp, having the Fire Mage, Og Evoker, Shadow Priest, and then having a Mistweaver, and then the Vengeance Demon Hunter. So they have stops, they have enough in their kit for that kind of survivability, but like you're saying, there are some very dangerous things. If there's any misplay, or if you're lapsing cooldown defensives improperly and you get caught with that dot, a 26 fortified is not going to be the most survivable thing. I mean, you as a feral druid have probably had those circumstances in those higher keys where you notice that bark skin or that survival instincts is just still on cooldown and damage gets pretty crazy. So it will be interesting to see kind of how the teams with their different compositions manage their cooldowns, both defensive and offensive, without putting too much pressure on the healers.
Yeah, like I really love their positioning here, how they're utilizing the edge of the platform, for example. I don't know why. My teams have always played in the middle and we activate a lot of intervals with the chronoverse. But yeah, I like how they're managing like the outer edges of the platform, making sure the two players that get chronoverse have room to spread out so they're not overlapping them, because that will absolutely murder somebody if they overlap them. So they gotta make sure they get it off of their melee so the melee keep uptime. Well, what am I saying? Melee, actually, they're running the Metacom. There's no melee except the tank and the healer. Never mind, it's okay. We don't care about melee. It's fine. This is a ranged, friendly tournament, and it's okay.
Oh, exactly. And you do bring up an interesting point. There, a lot of groups, especially if you're pugging, do tend to stay kind of closer. A lot of that just so that you're not pulling those extra leeches, because traditionally maybe they're not trying to skip as much. But this is a competition that has the the teams, they've all had that time to practice together. They can all get into that motion, and you can see that's in their benefit. Like you said, a lot of, like, it's safer to be out in those edges because for the audience, like Cherry had mentioned, there is a dot that is applied to two members in the group, that any of those little sand elementals walking around, if they're in it when it detonates, they are extra ads that will come, and they themselves also have some pretty nasty damage if not handled properly. So the army doing a really good job of utilizing the arena around them to not put too much extra stress, and they're going right into the manifested time ways. I know Isa and I talked about it a little bit. What are your opinions on this boss, Cherry, as a melee player? You mentioned with Pharaoh, like, do you find that this is a enjoyable boss? Do you tend to have problems with it? Like, what's your take on this boss?
I honestly think this fight is easier as melee. I think the hardest point of view of on this boss is a melee healer, though, like a Mistweaver. But I think generally this fight feels a lot easier as melee because the the balls, like when they first come out, you kind of just run the opposite direction of them, so you're always behind them. It's really hard to describe, but like they come out in an arc, right? So you kind of just follow the arc, so you're never scared to get hit by a ball. When I played this as ranged, I was very overwhelmed of where to stand. So I think I just have melee brain at this point. But I think melee you do move a lot less because you're closer to the boss. So it's not too bad, but like I said, I believe melee healing would be the most scary for this boss because you have to pay attention to dispels, you have to pay attention to the balls, you have to make sure you're rotating, and you have to make sure you're getting your heals off on the correct timing so that after you dispel somebody, you instantly top everybody before the next dispel goes off. But yeah, I could never do ranged. I've tried ranged. It's really difficult. I don't know how people do it. People say melee is harder. I think it's the opposite, honestly.
I feel that just watching this predominantly range comp, like just even looking at it, they have the cast bar of the evoker, which is still one of the most mobile of the casters, constantly having to cancel a cast to avoid a mechanic, where you can see the tank just running around cleaving to their heart's content. Nothing's getting interrupted because they have to move. I ranged, kudos to them, but it's working. We can already see the manifested time wave boss is in the single digits. Only 3 deaths on their board at this point in in the dungeon, it's looking like they're going to be able to finish up this boss and kind of get through. If we take a little bit of attention away as they're finishing up that boss to kind of peep at Coast Guard Gaming, it does look like they have made progress. There are 15 deaths in this Waycrest, and they're at 15 minutes, so it's still timeable, but it is slowly approaching a potential danger zone. They have killed Goliath. They're working on making their way to the third boss. If you're in this type of competitive environment, you're a Coast Guard Gaming, Cherry. What's your take? Are you thinking, do you want to keep kind of pushing it forward since you've already invested 15 minutes? Are you having concerns at this point about double chesting or even just timing the key? Like, where do you think you would put yourself in their shoes?
I think on 24 with only 15 minutes in, I think I would personally stay in unless my team was absolutely like 100% sure we weren't going to maybe two chests, for example, then we'd leave and make sure we get the two chests. Because again, like this whole thing is about which dungeons, like which dungeon levels do you skip? Like, do you want to +2 it? Do you want to +1 it? Or which dungeons do you think like you're gonna start to struggle? It's okay that if you only +1 it, because this is a time-based tournament. So every decision you make will essentially come down to either getting an extra key in, getting an extra attempt in, or just any of that. So personally for me, I think I would stay in this. If I wanted to have leave for like a better timer, I think I would have left a lot sooner into the key. It all comes down to the team's comfortability. Like, if you've ran this so many times, at this point, do you think your team will still two chest this, or do you think it's a one chest and you should go reset really quick? So that's obviously a case by case basis, but I think this far into the dungeon, I would just commit to it at this point. Otherwise, yeah, you've wasted already 15 minutes and you kind of need to make sure you're not losing out on a potential extra run.
I definitely agree. And while we're on the topic of Coast Guard, to kind of give them a shout out, they were our first place 2023 Spring Clash champions, as well as the runner for the 2023 Winter Invitational for the AFDL. Coast Guard Gaming is a military esports community with a passion for camaraderie, personal growth, and inclusivity. They're composed of active duty reservists and veterans with over 1,000 active members, and they harness the power of gaming to build lasting connections and promote the well-being of Coast Guard personnel. So I kind of on that conversation of, does the team feel comfortable about kind of pushing through it? Coast Guard has shown in previous competitions, but even within their own community, that they are not afraid to persevere through the hardship. So we are even seeing it now. There's maybe a death or two there. They're just pushing through it, going again. They're confident that they can get this under wraps. And like you said, being able to, if there's concerns at the 24, being able to even just time the 24, get the 25, and then being able to time the 25 would be better than getting a 26, and maybe it's just not in the cards. So there is that level of strategy of, is it worth trying to double chest a key and potentially not time it, or single chest it and then being able to time what it turns into and just putting your focus somewhere else. And so the Coast Guard, whether they double or time this key, it's definitely looking like they will be able to see it towards the end.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind too is not only are you trying to aim for keys that you know you can push, there's another strategy to it that I feel like a lot of people don't really think about, is that you also want to try to aim for keys you don't think the other teams will do. Like, so how I was saying earlier, how Fall and Blackrock tend to be easier keys. How far are these teams going to push Waycrest? Because they're going to get to a point with it being it is a fortified key, correct? Yes, it's fortified. So they're going to get to a point where a single cast getting off is going to wipe your team. A volley or a bolt, if they miss something, it's going to hurt. Even the Triad Witches, even though that's a boss and it's not Tyrannical Week, those bolts are going to hurt. You're going to reach a breaking point, and you need to think like, okay, where's our breaking point, but where's the other team's breaking point? Are we all on an even playing field to time the same Blackrook? If so, maybe we need to squeeze in a higher fall. Maybe we need to squeeze in a higher weight crest. So that's like another thing that teams need to consider going into this weekend.
Absolutely. Those are types of tactics we've seen in previous competitions. One that competitors that had been around long enough would remember was when we had an AFDL competition where Junkyard was in the rotation back in Shadowlands. And that was a key. Some of us remember fondly, some of us don't. A lot of us were all getting into that 30 range, but it became a trap. Like, because Junkyard was perceived as such a easy push key, you would get trapped of, is it easier to do a 31 Junkyard, or would it be easier to do like a 27 Streets or a 26 the other part of Tazavesh is eluding me at the moment. Those types of situations we could potentially see. Like you said, Blackrook and Fall are perceived as very easy push keys, but are you willing to put as much time in pushing those if it would be easier for you as a team to get some more points out of timing a key that is perceived as being a little bit more difficult? So we have yet to see Army put in work into Waycrest, at least to the same extent that they are. Like, they're 26, they're already on third boss, getting ready for the last third of that fight. We'll be seeing them get to a Ridicron within the next 7 minutes or so, maybe even faster, depending on how long it takes them to clean up this last 50%. Whereas Coast Guard is only on the 24, Warrior Gamer is on the 24. So this is definitely, U.S. Army is putting their eggs in the right basket, but will they be able to be as successful in Waycrest comparative to the other teams? It's something to definitely look out for.
Yeah, and like to kind of touch on how you were talking about a trap, I think for this dungeon poll, I think Fall is the trap because is the Fall fortified or tyrannical?
The
It
Fall
is.
is fortified. Yes, the only tyrannical key we have currently is the Blackrook Hold.
Okay, so yeah, in terms of talking about trap, I honestly think in these three dungeons at least, I think Fall is the trap because when you get to a 27 and a 28 Iridicron, it literally feels like a tyrannical boss. It is like 8 minimum. It's 8 minutes minimum, and that's a fortified boss, but it's because of the phasing, the shield, and everything else that your healer needs to like make sure they're on top of their toes and that they're not getting fatigued from basically a raid fight boss. It's a 7 to 8 minute boss fight. That's usually what you see on tyrannical keys, but because of the shield phasing and everything else, it's almost like a bait boss and it gets really scary. Like you go into the key, you think you're chilly and like, oh okay, we got through all these other bosses, and then you have a Ridicron at the very end. And it's gonna be one of those trap keys because you can go through the entire dungeon super smoothly, and a Ridicron's the last boss. You would have to commit at minimum 20 minutes to the key at least. And if you can't time it because of that last boss, look how much time you've wasted now.
And that's what we're seeing. Kind of like you said, you have to take that 20 minutes. We're looking at the Army right now. They have 19 minutes, and they're in that gauntlet prior to the final boss. Should they be able to finish this gauntlet within the next 2 to 3 minutes, that will give them a little bit over 12 minutes to put onto a fortified boss. And you get to that point of, if you're wiping, you have to keep going. But a Ridicron himself on a fortified key, like we even saw with Coast Guard, like on a 20 on their 26, he was still taking almost 4 to 5 minutes to fight as a fortified boss. So I would definitely agree with you that Fall is the more of a time sink comparatively, just because the dungeon changes entirely once you get to a Ridicron, but you have to do more than half the dungeon to even get there. I think if the teams are able to get their Blackrooks up pretty high and then put some extra work into Waycrest, that gives some wiggle room. But if the Army is able to get this 26, that's two 26s on the board day one, and then they could go into Waycrest. And if they're able to clear Waycrest with the same ease that they've been doing Fall and Blackrook, if I was the other teams, I would definitely be a little concerned about how I am approaching doing the different keys.
Yeah, if US Army ends up two chesting this fall, I honestly think that might be a good stopping point for them for day one at least. Because going into a 28 fall, I think that's a we said tomorrow first thing, fresh, like, freshly like out of bed, freshly eaten breakfast, lunch, dinner, whichever. So I think if they two chest this is a save the 28 for either Saturday or Sunday, and then start working on your other keys that you need to catch up or to push as high as you can. So hopefully they two chest this. I would love to see that, and then we can see them do either another Waycrest or a Blackrook.
They're definitely in the place too. I can't tell from the camera angle, but I do believe they started the RP to at least get Iridicron started. So they'll be finishing it up, and they'll have a little under 6 minutes to do this boss, which is about the same amount of time that the Coast Guard had when they were single chesting it. If, like you said, if they're able to get this double chest, I would just kind of keep that in bags, let that do its own psychological warfare, being the only team with a 28 in your bag, and then just spend the remaining 2 hours allotted to start keys to just work on that Waycrest. And I think they're able to successfully pull 26s across the board, and depending on how fast they can do that, maybe even get a 27. I think that alone will be able to kind of force the hand of the other teams, and we could start seeing maybe some more careless risk coming out from that. It'll be interesting to see. But we do have them on the big screen, and they are already making a lot of quick work with Iridicron.
I'm curious if any of them opted to play Night Elf, because I know Fall has a lot of things you can Night Elf. Unfortunately it's like really hard to see most of the time, but obviously the Evoker wouldn't be Night Elf. I'm assuming the Demon Hunter would be Night Elf because you can only choose between Night Elf and Blood Elf, but I can't really tell what
So
the other ones are.
yeah, unless they all use the recalibrator, it does look like the monk might be a night elf. Yes,
Yeah, monk is definitely Night Elf. I can see that
and
now.
then dwarf
The
mage.
mage is dwarf.
But the mage,
the Shadow Priest is Night Elf too, I think. It looks like it.
Yes, but that would make sense because the mage has its invisibility that it can choose to send to avoid the dot should it get targeted and need to. But I mean, they still have 4 minutes on the clock, a little bit over that, and the boss is already at 95%. There's only just 5% more of the boss's health before it goes into the kind of DPS race for the end of it. And I could be wrong, but it does look like they're actually killing Iridicron faster than the Coast Guard was when they were at the same point.
Yeah, so it looks like the Evoker is going to get the dot. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to use anything to negate it, but that's okay. That's what we have Cocoon for, and a bunch of other defenses, which they're popping everything. Darkness, not time dilation, but you know, the darkness and the cocoon will save the evoker there. But yeah, they have the boss at 93% already, and they will have lust, which I'm assuming they're going to opt to use during the burn phase. So they need to get through one more shield, it looks like, and then they need to burn the last 2%. As long as this is their last shield, I think they do two chest this. So we have to hope that they break the shield, and then they burn that 2%, and then they do the burn phase with less, and they should be able to get that +2 on this 26 fall.
They're definitely setting themselves up for success. They're allowing the Shadow Priest to mind control to the Incorporeals. It's just going to kind of manage less damage going out. They made quick work of that shield, not spending a whole ton of time on it. Now they just have that final 2% and about a minute to do it. So in that last 1%, they're likely going to be even able to dodge out on the Extinction Blast. They're already at 90%. So they will be transitioning into this kind of burn intermission at the end. They've already thrown Lust. It does look like they did Lust to kind of get out of that shield and get into this next phase. And so, we're looking at them. The health is just... they're just deleting this 26 fortified boss, and they will be the first team in the competition so far to double chest a 26. They're the only ones with a 28 in bags. But this is the type of performance that you should expect from the 2023 Winter Invitational Champions. Army doing a great job, and to continue shouting them out for achieving this and just being an awesome and kind of powerful team here. The United States Army Esports team is made up of members drawn from the regular Army and Army Reserves. Their mission is to represent the Army in competitions nationwide and make their soldiers more visible and relatable to the public. And representing the Army, they are being able to make very quick work out of that 26, double chest it, and have the 28. Now, should they elect to, they can spend the remaining time in the competition just getting their Waycrest to a 26, and depending on how the time ends for them, they may elect just to send the 28 as a end of day run to put some pressure on the other teams depending on their Waycrest progress.
Yeah, it looks like they are opting to do Waycrest, which I think is a really good decision. And it looks like Coast Guard Gaming just completed their 24 Waycrest. I didn't get to see if I think they only one chested it, I believe. I didn't glance at the timer, but I believe it was only a one chest.
We are getting that confirmation rather. But if you're the Coast Guard, if you're paying attention to kind of what the Army's doing and kind of what's going on with this competition, I imagine there's got to be some of that pressure settling in right now. Looks like they decided to not put any more time into that Waycrest Manor, and we were able to kind of get a glance there. It looked like they were jumping into Blackrook to start getting some of those points on the board. Heading forward, it looks like there is some profession management happening from the side of the Army. Perfect time to work on that, since for those that may not be as that don't pay much attention to professions or kind of treat dungeons more casually, there are certain benefits that exist from each of the personalizations that exist with the professions. Some of the big examples are if you have alchemy and you spend some time to go down different nodes, you will have longer flask, you'll get more health from consuming potions, you'll get speed bonuses if you consume potions. So being on the tournament realm, all of our competitors have the opportunity to have maximized professions and all of those special points. So for those that do take that time, they can squeeze out just a little bit more numbers, whether it be health, speed, or even just some extra number increases here and there to give them even just a slight advantage. But even looking away from that, we can see Ukrainian WoW. They are in their 24. Blackrook Hold getting ready to take on third boss. Definitely starting to get things are getting heat. Like you can almost sense like the teams are tracking that the Army is showing up, and now they're really starting to try and kind of fill in the gaps as best they can.
I mean, speaking of the Army, look at that! Look at that Mog on that dwarf. That they came to own these dungeons. What would you rate this Mog out of 10?
Oh man, I am definitely a sucker for that hat. Probably give it a solid 7 out of 10. A lot of those types of that get up are really nice on dwarfs, especially with the
I think the
updated
hat
models.
brings it together for sure.
Mm-hmm. Now it looks like they're getting ready to kind of start their Waycrest Manor. This will be their first one in the day. They have not been acquainted with this on broadcast since the Winter Invitational. This was the dungeon that won them the Winter Invitational, as it was the tiebreaker to end all tiebreakers last season. So I am sure they are ready to take this on and just kind of do their own little victory lap, so to speak, getting through up to a higher key range. Warrior Gamer getting kind of through the Indiana Jones portion of Blackrook Hold. They're still on a pretty solid pace to at least get the double chest should things work out in their favor. And Ukrainian WoW is just getting over the halfway point of the third boss. Kind of just with maybe your own kind of experience, like where do you feel in Blackrook Hold when you're running that as a key? Is there any point in that as you're doing a higher level that you can be confident, like, okay, this is safe until the last boss? Like, where would you say you feel like that would be in your own pushing experience?
So Blackrook for Fortified, I know, has a couple scary spots. The first, so it could we'll just talk about the fortified scary spots still, because when you do hierarchies in general, the trash and bosses are all scary. It becomes irrelevant at that point. But for Blackrook, I would say there's a few of them. The first one I would say is the first room when you start getting to the undeads, the one where you have like the scouts, the arcanists, and stuff like that, because the archers, the shoot ability alone hurts really bad. Like it's just the by default ability that they use, and that alone hurts. And then of course you have to get the interrupts on the arcanist, and then you have to watch out for the frontal from the commander and stuff like that. But it's the archers that hurt for sure, especially when they jump in barrage. If you don't move out of it fast enough, you're going to take a lot of damage. And then So that entire corridor, I would say, is like the super scary part. If you've ever pugged keys, that room could go very wrong if people aren't killing the cat immediately, if people aren't stunning the what's it called that the scouts do, the blade, the
Oh,
thing with their
the Dance
blades.
of Knives, or
Yeah, the dance of knives. Like if that's not stopped, you're gonna take so much damage. So that entire corridor, I would say, is scary. And even that last pull before the second boss, the one with two archers and the commander, if one person is targeted by both shoots and you don't put a stop on it, they're probably dead. Which I could attest from personal experience that it happens a lot. If you don't use a stop on it, you will die. So I would say that entire part is scary. Um, Up until that, I feel like the next scary point is immediately after the second boss with the all those fire guys, because you really have to coordinate your stops. Luckily, if you have a DH tank, you have Sigil of Chains. You have like two of those. You have Sigil of Misery. You have Chaos Nova, and then with all the other comps, you have Leg Sweep. You have like Ring of Peace. You have Fear. You have a lot of CC that you can use to stop those guys from casting. And as I say that, the tank for Ukrainian actually goes down. Hopefully, the rest of the DPS can keep the pull alive. I imagine they're going to start pulling it back. The warrior died too, so hopefully the rogue, priest, and monk can pull the trash back and they keep it alive. But
it's
yeah, even that room's scary too, as you can see. The tank went down.
oh yeah.
I think a lot of the trash pulls are really scary because you have to do these big pulls to time these keys, so it makes them really scary to do.
And
Oh,
we're
they
even
killed it. Awesome.
Oh yeah, and we're seeing this even on a 24 Tyrannical. I found it almost comical when you were talking about all the stops was when we saw the Ukrainian WoW tank had gotten hit in one of the dives, and then just kind of things started catching up because once you get hit with that dive and you get stunned, it can be very difficult to recover from that. Uh, so it definitely, like you said, even though trash might be harder on fortified, like once you get to a certain key level, fortified, tyrannical, like everything's gonna hurt. So it's just making sure you are able to coordinate all of the mitigation, coordinating all of the stops, and just trying to do what you can. We're seeing Ukrainian WoW on the boss. They're getting down Lord Ravencrest pretty quickly. They'll be able to transition into the main portion of the fight. Warrior Gamer up in the top right is finishing up third boss Smash. I can't ever say his name. Smash Spite. Making quick work of him, about to go into the Fated Hallway, while Army is just doing as Army does. 5 minutes into the dungeon, about to head to third boss, kind of clearing up all that trash, trying to make bursting and non-affix. And Coast Guard is also in Blackrock Hold. It looks like they're wanting to really get those points on the board and probably try and stay neck and neck with Army to the best that they can.
Yeah, so watching Ukrainian do the 24 Blackrock on the last boss, this last boss is going to get a lot scarier the higher and higher these teams go. And um, I'm really curious. I don't want to spoil it because I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I'm curious if any of the teams are going to do the Night Elf tech on the last boss. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that, but I'm curious if any of them will try it, especially when they get to the super super high keys, because that might save a life on your team. Just saying. And it's really cool to watch teams pull it off. Like the first time I saw my team pull it off, I was like, oh my god, why haven't we been doing this the entire season? So I'm curious if any of the teams that I'm talking about, if they'll do it when they do like a 28 or 29, because that'll be fun to see.
Well, I'm sure if they don't do it, then you might be getting some messages after a broadcast today from them trying to figure out what you're talking about. But we will see. Blackrock is just one of those dungeons, like we talked about. It is, it's like the Shadow Moon burial ground of the season, or it's just this perceived dungeon that you can get really high key levels done in because of just the not only the tuning but the pacing. Like the timer is relatively pretty forgiving. The trash can be difficult, but you're still being able to pull massive packs. It is definitely the bosses that make this place pretty scary, and with it being a tyrannical dungeon, especially on the final boss, it is going to put the teams into some spicy situations. But Ukrainian WoW seems to be kind of holding their own there. They are not, to avoid a caster curse, they are doing the boss. I won't speak more onto that. But Warrior Gamer is also on the final boss, and we see Army finishing up their third boss in Waycrest, and Coast Guard is getting ready to progress past all the boulders. All the teams are kind of in their own pacing. Ukrainian WoW timed their 24. I believe that was the double chest, so they should have the 26 in bags should they choose to do it. And we're looking at Warrior Gamer. They are 2 minutes away from a triple chest. So if they are able to finish up this final boss in about a minute, minute 40, we might be able to see them just go right to a 27. But we talked about it a little bit, Cherry, with sometimes getting a higher key level could be not the most might not be the most beneficial thing. If you're Warrior Gamer right now, are you trying to squeeze out as much damage to get the triple chest, or would you rather just deal with the 26 and not have to be trapped with a 27?
So the thing is if you triple test and you do the 27, I think that I honestly think with TR gear and with how stacked these teams are, I think two chesting the 27 to a 29 is very doable. If you don't think you can do that, I think it is worth two chesting to a 26 and then and then 100 percent to two chest to 26 to also get to a 28. So it just really depends. Do you think you can two chest at 27? Because teams that get a 26 might save one whole dungeon if you do not two chest your 27, and then you're caught up just as fast. So that's a call they're going to have to make. But based on their damage, I think they're going for it. I think they want the 27.
Oh, I have no doubt there. Now we're able to see with the UI they have about essentially in order to triple chest they have to do it. It looks like Dreadlord's Guile lines up very closely with the remaining time in this key. They're at 11%, 10% left with 20 seconds left on the clock. It is looking like Warrior Gamer very easily
they want the 27.
Gets the
Let's
27
go.
in bags. That puts them in a very interesting situation because they will be stuck with that 24 until they can time the 27. Now, if they're able to triple chest a 24, you would be able to assume that they shouldn't have any issues with the 27, but we have seen from teams in the past be able to squeeze out that extra key level with a tight timer and then be unsuccessful in the key it turns into. So I personally don't foresee this being a problem with Warrior Gamer, but this is a pitfall to look out for that the teams will need to keep in mind when double and tripling these keys for point purposes.
Yeah, I want to see Warrior Gamer do that 27. I'm a little biased because we hosted a tournament that they actually did compete in, so we were happy to have them join us. So kind of rooting for them on the desk here. So I kind of want to see them send the 27. I'm wondering if they're going to send it now, though.
Well, we can see that Danny is kind of looking at, not sure where to go. They're talking about it.
We're being baited. We're being baited. Pick one.
Looks like they might be doing a little bit of possibly a comp swap up, which means it's a little early to say. I guess they're keeping us in a little bit of limbo right now. While they're being decisive, it does look like Ukrainian WoW did go into the 26 Blackrook. They're getting through the start of that. Looks like Warrior Gamer elected to go to fall, so they're going to keep us on the edge of our seats there, knowing they have that 27 in bag. And Army looks to be getting ready. It looks like they missed just a fraction of a percent in that 15. Devastating, but they're in no risk of losing out on the triple chest. They still have 11 minutes on the timer, so they're going to just clean that up, get out, do the 18, call it a day, and all the teams are just really starting to progress through. We still have about that hour and a half left for them to start keys. For those that may have only recently tuned in or are unfamiliar or are first-time watchers with the AFDL style events, teams have 5 hours to push keys and start them. At the end of that time frame, any key that they have started prior to the end of that 5-hour mark, they're able to continue. So we have currently on the clock about an hour and a half. So if any key that the teams hit before that clock hits 0, they are able to complete them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the teams utilize this last chunk of the tournament for today to manage out and to see if they have any kind of Hail Marys at the end, if we're going to see the 27s and the 28s come out in that last 15 to 10 minutes and just get them started, or the team's going to just kind of treat day one as just a commonplace.
Yeah, and I want to point out. So we were mentioning how Ukrainian WoW is in a BlackRock Hole 26. So this is actually the exact setup that I was talking about. So Warrior Gamer decided to opt to +3 their 24, so they have a 27. If Ukrainian WoW +2s this 26, they will have a 28 in their bags, which is going to put pressure on Warrior Gamer. Like, when do they send their 27? And do they have to +2 that 27 to pull back ahead? Or are they just going to be safely doing the +1? But if Ukrainian WoW go to the 28, then that's going to put even more pressure. So Ukrainian WoW are in a position to put a lot of pressure on Warrior Gamer right now because of this 26 Blackrook. If they two chest this, that is really, really important to how these other teams are going to play out their Blackrook keys, at least.
I agree. Now we are getting to that point where we are going to take a quick little ad break. Um, However, if you do not want to have to suffer any lapse in viewership, you can go ahead and subscribe. The subscriptions and donations all kind of contribute towards the prizing to kind of give a little bit of a clarification on how the competition works with that. So the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment. The prize money from this event will then be donated on behalf of the AFDL. So if you would like to support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, you can click the link below the stream, or you can do !donate in the chat. Your generosity is very much appreciated. And of course, if you subscribe, you just have to do it one time on Twitch, and you're able to avoid all those ad breaks. But for those that are already subscribed, you don't have to have a lapse. You can stay with us during that 90-second intermission.
If you don't have ads and you can hear us right now, you can look in chat, and we have a prediction going asking, who do you think will end day one in the lead? So, if you're listening in and you're not on an ad break, I would get your predictions in now. Which team do you all think will end the day at number one?
Where do you think? Who do you think, Sherry? Who's currently on your number one seed for the end of today?
Uh, I hmm, I think if Ukrainian WoW to Justice 26, like I say, I think they might be looking good for being number one for the end of today.
All right. I am going to have to disagree with you.
What about you?
I think, honestly, just with the way that the morning went and how things are going, I think Army probably will be the ones to end today. Now, for some interesting AFDL history fact, when you kind of look back on all of the previous competitions, historically, the team that times the highest key on day one has been the one to win the competition. So I don't know if any of the teams want to try and play into that kind of that little fact if they think there's any type of correlation there. But as of right now, there are those 26s on the board. So unless Coast Guard and Army are wanting to kind of have another tie repeat like they had in the Invitational, maybe we'll see somebody try and pull out that 27 or 28 to try and go on trends. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think an important point to make too is that even though all these teams are three chesting their 15s and 18s, for example, how fast they do it though is still a factor. Because again, at the end of the day, the fact that they're able to start a key and before the timer ends and still be able to finish it, depending on how fast you go through these keys, maybe doing your 15 2 minutes faster than another team allowed you to get an extra key in. Stuff like that is so important for these types of tournaments, and I honestly think that's why these are my favorite, because it's a mix of pushing the keys as high as you can, but also speed running at the same time. So it's kind of two different skill sets put together in a way.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. Like even just looking at the history of a lot of history talk this past couple minutes, but when you look at WoW Esports, when they introduced MDI in its early stages, a lot of that is just you get the set key levels and you just have to pull like a bad lad and just get the dungeon done as fast as possible, with take the most risk and everything done. In Shadowlands, we got to see kind of this first iteration of a pushing tournament, and for any that weren't playing or following WoW at the time of Shadowlands, I mean, in my opinion, that was probably the best thing to come out of Shadowlands. Like this
Mhm.
competitive style to just do what people do on live, but just put a time limit. So being able to see these types of competitions where, if you have one wipe in MDI, it's over. Like that team is pretty much done. Whatever team has that death or that wipe, like the other team is pretty much going to win. In a great push style, that's not always the deciding factor. We've seen in these types of competitions, you can have a lot of wipes, like we're seeing some deaths happening on the Warrior Gamer side, but they could still come out and get the double or even a triple in the key that they're doing. And that is just something from this style of competition that you don't get to have in MDI or others. So I like very much how you said, like, it's that blend of doing things quickly, but always also having to still do these high level keys. And though every second can count, it definitely, there is that kind of give and take between them. But at the end of the day, if two teams are timing the same level keys, you got to be able to be the one that pulls it just a little bit faster.
Yeah, so I want to give a quick shout out to Miran on Coast Guard Gaming. He was the. I'm sorry.
Mirren. He was the enhancement from earlier in the day, and it looks like
And I
he's in there
believe he's
now
on.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, enhanced shaman. Oh, we love enhanced shamans. Again, any off meta spec. Hello, I love you. So shout out to Miran representing those enhanced shamans. Believe, yeah, uh, he's slamming the 18 Blackrook with the rest of his team.
That's awesome. And to kind of further give a shout out, so the AFDL, they're having this opportunity, not even the opportunity, they're presenting an opportunity to highlight some of the players. So to kind of talk Mirren up a little bit, give some Coast Guard love. Mirren has been a co-GM of a LGBTQ plus guild for about 3 years and has been playing WoW for 4 years as an enhancement main. Now that makes me feel a little old since I've been playing WoW for almost 20 years, but it's awesome to see, like, just Mirren being that example of it doesn't necessarily matter when you start playing, you can still play WoW at this higher level. You can still compete regardless of how much time you've actually spent. And on top of being a competitor, Mirren is currently serving in the Coast Guard and has been in for 10 years. So that is crazy to be able to not only balance serving your country, but then throughout the course of that, picking up a game like World of Warcraft and being able to have that work and gaming balance to get to the skill level required to be in these types of competitions. So definitely want to give that shout out to Mirren. Love seeing off meta in the competition, and keep up doing what you're doing in your communities, both not only with the Coast Guard, but just in gaming and in life in general. We appreciate that.
Let's go, Mirren.
Now we're kind of getting that kind of scanning the screens here, kind of looking at what we got. So we still have that 26 Blackrook. We do have the Ukrainian team on second boss, getting close to, I want to say they're getting close to the first intermission. And then we have Warrior Gamer up in the top right doing their 24 fall. Army is in that 18, powering through it, and we have Coast Guard up in the top left doing these Blackrook holds. We're definitely getting that point where the teams are, well, some of the teams, Coast Guard, Army, they're able to kind of have their breathers, work on this new set of keys, get them back up into that 24, 26, 27 ranges. Warrior Gamer, Ukrainian WoW, they're dialing in. Warrior GMR, Warrior Gamer trying to get, probably secure the 26, maybe try and squeeze out that 27 for fall. Ukrainian WoW on a really good pace still to be able to possibly guarantee that double chest 26 to have a 28 in bags. We're definitely looking at the setup to what could lead to a pretty intense kind of final hour of this competition today.
Yeah, I wonder if most teams are going to stop at 26s, or we're going to, like you said, we're going to maybe see those 27s, maybe a 28. But again, is that the key you send today after you've already been keying for 4 hours, or is that a key you send like first thing tomorrow when you're fresh and ready to go? So we'll see what strategy these teams decide to take. But looks like everyone's doing pretty well. Don't want to again cast your curse. That's a given. But the teams are doing all right. Okay, we'll leave it there. All the teams are doing all right for now, and
Yes,
yeah.
the teams are teaming, and that is what we can say. And
No, teaming is banned. We don't talk about that old affix. No,
oh man, some
no, that's
throwbacks.
banned.
Oh yeah, just have the tournament admins pull in a necrotic. But we have Ukrainian WoW on the screen. Looks like Shadow Priest is down. Boss is still at 20% on this 26 tyrannical key. We have the warrior. They were able to get the priest back up. Everybody's alive. They're putting in that work. Outlaw Rogue is just blasting on this boss. We love that. Shout out to Outlaw Rogues. And they are definitely making some good work. They still, they have 22 minutes on the clock, about 7.5 minutes left for a triple chest. Within that amount of time, they should be able to get to third boss. They're finishing up second boss, puts them in a pretty good spot for the double chest. I know we've talked about it with some of the other teams. I know you mentioned it earlier. You're putting for them to be able to get that double chest. You want to see that 28, and I'm hoping that they're able to pull that through. If they're able to get that 28 and just send it, I do think that will put them in a kind of a slingshot position in this competition for sure.
Yeah, and like you said, they're on a pretty good pace. And I forgot to mention you were talking about the hardest points of Blackrock earlier. I forgot the most important one, the Boulder Gauntlet.
The boulder.
I have been hit by a lot of boulders. I'm just gonna blink ping for sure. It's definitely ping as well. It's a ping diff, but yeah, so as you can see, the higher and higher keys are going. Rather than pulling this whole hallway, you will see some teams like Ukrainian WoW right now opting to split this hallway into two different pulls, which I think is a smart move. You don't want to risk like a key that you're pacing in very well to, spam wiping on this pull because you pulled more and you bit off more than you could choose. So I think it's smart that they decided to split these two pulls.
And when you look at kind of their damage profiles too, they're running an Outlaw Rogue, which is target capped. You have the Fury Warrior, which also is target capped outside of Ravager. And so they're really playing into that, like being able to provide big enough packs like we're seeing here. They're still pulling pretty sizable, which allows the Shadow Priest some dot work. But they're definitely playing into the strengths of their composition. Seeing a warrior in this type of style, love to see it, because warrior is another one of those specs. Like they're solid and they're doing really well. They're a legendary class, but the meta will always tend to outshine specs that are good. It's just they're not perceived as that meta. So being able to see that warrior representation and then the outlaw rogue just absolutely blasting in this pack, they're definitely playing around their comp, which is so important in a push style event, to just know what your specs, what your classes, what they're capable of, what their target profiles are, and then just being able to design your routes around that are so much more important than just doing traditional pull sizes.
Yeah, and being able to adapt to that is really good, because sure, in a perfect world you should be running like a meta comp and doing like these specific pulls, but at the end of the day there are some people like you and me and this warrior and other people that play these off meta specs because it's what we enjoy, and we sometimes have to adapt around that. Like I know Boomy is a little meta, for example, but they have a 3-minute CD that can't be reduced, so sometimes pulls are like made around that. You want to make sure that like you take advantage of the solar beam and the incarnation.
Oh yeah, and you won't even see some of those specs played really until you get to the higher point. At least in my, kind of as I've been going about doing some live stuff, getting prepped for season 4, I actually am planning on maining Feral and bouncing between Feral, well, just Druid in general, and doing Death Knight. And like we see from this season, like Boomy is considered a meta spec, but it doesn't shine until you get to a certain point. And we've seen some of the teams kind of replicate that kind of stuff, where I believe it was With Army, and I think Coast Guard is doing it too. Like you're bringing in the Ret Paladins, you're bringing in some of the other specs that are very good in that needing quick burst window. Mobs aren't living super long, and they're just able to do a lot of that immediate damage. As soon as you get into that key range where things are living just a little bit longer, then you start bringing in the other stuff. Like you're having pulls that are lasting sometimes over a minute, if not longer. So then you can afford to bring the specs that can be played around that have the longer CDs. Or in the cases Ukrainian WoW, where the only real CD that exists in this group is the PI, where Rogue and Warrior just get their cooldowns back so quickly, or they're not always as reliant on it, or they just get it every pull when they're, especially when things are living this long. Just from the nature of the level, you're able to just kind of take your pace, go through it, and it allows the different specs to shine at different points.
Yeah, and I think that's like I think it's an unfortunate part that a lot of these specs don't shine until higher keys because as someone that's like helping other feral druids get into keys, a lot of times I'm asked like, why is my damage so low, yada yada, and I'm like, what are the other two classes are you or like what are the other two DPS in your group? Because if you're a feral druid playing with like a BM hunter and a demon hunter, for example, everything's dead
Mm-hmm.
before you can even ramp up your damage. Your damage is not going to be accurate. And I feel bad because like you said, you have to get to these higher keys for your damage to actually show its true value. And a lot of these teams who are fighting or a lot of these players who are fighting the pug boss don't get to see that. And a lot of the time, these are players that are pulling the appropriate DPS, but because their comp doesn't allow their DPS to, shine to the group who may not understand their spec is going to be like, wow, you're garbage at the game.
And just
Where
look,
that's not
and,
the case.
and a prime example, look at the damage that this Fury Warrior is doing in a boss fight, like peaking above 400k DPS, and is now still doing a lap difference in single target damage. Like this kind of, at this level, the Fury Warrior is able to build more into that kind of priority damage, while the Outlaw Rogue and the Priest are able to kind of handle some of the trash pulls a little bit better. And we're at that level that can really shine, like seeing how they're able to handle it, and then having a monk healer when that allows for the warrior and the rogue to do just that little bit more damage because they can bring in the mystic touch for the physical damage increase. So just really seeing how Ukrainian WoW, they're identifying like, okay, we have these really good players that are really good at these specs. How can we make sure that they are able to be as successful as possible on the spec that they can perform the highest on? And at least what we're being able to see in this Black Rook, they are doing a very good job of uh, really showcasing each of their players' skills in these specs, regardless of if they are considered meta at a high range or not.
Yep. And I like how you bring that up that the warrior is probably a little more single target than the rogue and the priest. Because, yeah, like you said, in any AoE setting, the rogue and priest are naturally going to do it all. So the warrior can opt to give more single target damage because you're doing tyrannical keys. Because the rogue and warrior, or the rogue and the priest may not have that many single target abilities or like they're spec'd into it, the warrior can definitely pick up on that. And you can obviously see by their DPS on this boss that that's exactly what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're 18% getting down to that 17%. There's definitely that spiking of damage going out, but Demon Hunters, they're just really unkillable. It feels like this patch, and just you see like with the rogue being able to pop evasion, take some of the charges, and just they're all utilizing their CDs in such a way that like even though the healer is punting out that healing, there's maybe not as much pressure. Like when there is that spike in damage, the healer doesn't have to worry about the recovery because everybody is managing their cooldowns, and they're able to rather smoothly take down that third boss, and now they can just progress through the rest, and we should be seeing them in that final boss arena soon. In the top right, we got Warrior Gamer, final boss, doing a Ridicron in their 24 bosses at, and I could just be blind. It's looking like 97%, so they're going to miss out on the triple chest, but they will be able to secure that double chest for the 24 to get the 26 in bag. Army is in their 21 Waycrest on the Triad, finishing that up, going to be pushing through there, and Coast Guard Gaming looks to be finishing up their own 18 Blackrook to get the triple and be able to start the 21. So all the teams are kind of towards varying points in each of their respective dungeons. They're all kind of in their rhythm still. It's all looking really good. And before we transition fully off, just to be able to highlight Ukrainian WoW, since we had them on screen, we got to kind of run through that. With more than 2,400 players and 30 guilds to date, Ukrainian WoW's mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms. There's shining spotlight on Ukrainian YouTubers, streamers, they organizing tournaments and raising money, and they're even developing their own add-on which translates WoW into Ukrainian, as well as they were our first place winners for the 2023 Fall Clash, and that performance in Blackrook that we've been seeing so far definitely is showcasing why they were deserving of that fall win.
I love that they're making that add-on, honestly, more accessibility to everybody, because a lot of the times people, when they're trying to learn content, language barrier is a really big part of it. I remember when I used to do RBGs and I would run into a bunch of players that would only speak Spanish, for example, and I would translate stuff, but then they would pick it up instantly. But because of that language barrier, sometimes it's hard to digest information if it's not readily accessible in your language. So I honestly love how they're doing that. That's awesome.
And that just showcases like uh, how awesome the WoW community can be. I think, especially in the general gaming sphere, when people hear World of Warcraft, there is this almost immediate negative just thought that will get into people's heads about like, oh, the community can be toxic, but especially with events like this and with your own community that you are a huge part of, like you're able to be those shining examples of like, yeah, you know what, maybe the game will sometimes get a bad rep, but that's not the norm. Like there are these wonderful communities, there's these wonderful players that want to do things to make things better for other players, whether that be creating, literally translating the game to make it more accessible for an entire culture and just nation of people, or just even fostering an environment for people to bridge out of the quote unquote casual play style to get into more perceivably difficult content. And things like AFDL, Ukrainian WoW, Oasis are all really great examples of how to foster good communities.
Yeah, and like there's always that, like, what is it, that stereotype that, like, to be competitive you have to be toxic or whatever. It's like there's a lot of top rated people that I have had the pleasure of meeting that are genuinely nice and down to earth people. I think the problem just stems in that, unfortunately, there's a vocal minority of the toxic people that's what people tend to see, and they just apply it to everything. But like you said, we have all these communities that exist that are doing our best to help people, because we just we get off of work, we've had a rough day, or there's stuff that people are going through, we just want to log on and have fun. Like, you shouldn't, like, you don't know what other people behind the screen are going through, and it's, one, it's not your business to know, and two, they don't have to tell you what they're going through. But honestly, like, just be nice, have fun, play the game. We're all here, we have a common interest. So just enjoy the game and have fun.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And we're looking here. Looks like Ukrainian WoW on the final fight. They have 2 minutes, 20 seconds left for that double chest. So they're in a very tight spot, but a doable one. They've just gotten their first Riddler Guile. On the 26th, they didn't elect to lust the first part of the fight, meaning that they're going to be able to lust at
Right
pretty much
here.
any point now. It's looking like they maybe.
They got a drums.
Yeah, I know they got
There
to
we
take
go.
out the
There was
drums. There they
there we
are.
go.
There it goes. Which again is something we didn't even touch on. This is a lustless composition. They have
And
to
be
use the
resless.
drums. So they were able to pop out the drums, get that going. Boss is already close to 50% health with a minute 40 left on the timer. They have the damage profile to be able to get this double chest out. So it'll be interesting to see, as long as they can manage the damage that's coming out. At this point in the fight, it can be very safe, but any little misstep, if somebody falls asleep, so to say, that can be catastrophic. But it's looking like they are in a good spot, seeing the desperate prayer coming out from the Shadow Priest. there's a lot of defensives that are going to be on CD still, so things could get a little scary. But they do still have a decent amount of time before the next intermission to be able to get this transition into
Yeah,
a
it looks
turn
like the
phase.
Mistweaver just revivaled, and they are unfortunately going to get one more Guile, and they do have
They have the
they're going to have
time.
about they're going to have a good chunk of time to still kill the boss. The monk just has to keep everybody topped. It looks like their mana is really low, but I'm assuming right out of this the priest is going to help with Empiric Embrace. Warrior's going to pop their frenzied regeneration, or no, that's the druid one. I don't know what the warrior one's called. I'm sorry, but regen something. The
Mhm.
warrior's going to pop it, but yeah, they kill this boss overall. So they
Oh,
do two chests this, which means they have
easy.
a 28 Blackrock hold in their bags. Do you think they're going to send it, or do you think they're going to go somewhere else?
That's hard to say because right now there's still that hour on the clock to start keys. They were able to double chest, which means they are now, if I remember correctly, one of two teams that have the 28 in bag. I can't remember specifically, so I don't want to be quoted on that and then just get destroyed in the comments. But they have a competitive key. If they're able to pull out the 28, even having the 21s, that doesn't mean anything. They have the 21s, which means they can easily, as we've seen them do, they can get the triple, they can double and double. If BlackRook is anything to go by, they can get the keys up. So it's going to be, do they want to take that time to get some more points on the board? Or since they just came out of that BlackRook feeling pretty good, do they want to just send it again? And if they do, they would be the first team of the day to even attempt the 28. Though we do see Warrior Gamer in their 26 fall. Army is in the 21 Raycrest, and Coast Guard is in their 21 Blackrook. So it looks like they're building up a keys, so we might see something happen. I don't know if I'm correct that I saw that it was a fall that they're building. It does look like they might be electing to go to fall, so we should be seeing them working that up. Looks like a possible wipe coming from Warrior Gamer on first boss. Yeah, looks like they wiped on boss and might be electing to they're just resetting. They got less than 2 minutes in, just kind of reset, go again. Not a whole ton of time lost, but yeah, it's definitely starting to. I think the teams might be starting to feel a little bit of that pressure kind of towards the last hour of the day.
Yeah, and as well, the higher and higher keys you get, you're probably going to see a lot of those resets more often because every second is going to count. If you have a lot of deaths or your cooldowns are no longer lining up from the start of the dungeon, you might as well just reset because those cooldowns are, they won't be up for a later part where you expect them to be. So you're probably going to start seeing a lot more resets as these teams go higher and higher now because you need near perfect runs at this point when you start getting the 27s, 28s, 29s to make sure that you can get those keys timed and move on to the next key. So,
and like you mentioned, cooldown timing is just so important once you get to that range. We talked a lot earlier about you have a wipe, you just get up and go again. But you bring up a very excellent point, which is these teams. We don't know the definite answer, but when you're competing at such a high level, doing these high keys, you get to a point where you are knowing every pack that you are going to send cooldowns, who is sending cooldowns on what pack, and any wipe that just throws that wrench. If you're supposed to throw cooldowns on a pack and you guys wipe, that pack is still supposed to have your cooldowns. So sometimes it is just better to wipe, go again, reset everything. We're seeing Warrior Gamer, they're invis potting going through. This is a common tactic you can see on key levels to just be able to get to boss faster, get lust on boss faster, which is exactly what they're doing. Even on a 26, they're bringing that trash pack into boss. It's going to help with some funnel. It's going to help with just kind of getting things all taken care of. And when you're having lust on a fortified boss, it's just definitely better to have some ads in if you're able to manage the mechanics on it as well.
For sure, and the really scary part of this pull is honestly the Chrono Weaver. You just want to make sure you have one DPS ready to be able to kick it. And then the other scary part is you have these, I believe they're called enforcers, the ones that whirlwind. You have them whirlwinding, and because they're whirlwinding and you have all the AoE going on and the soak, you need to make sure someone's in the soak or that happens.
Yeah, it looks like the Demon Hunter was just a little late on getting that leap in there. And it does look like there's some snapping happening. Some of the trash just kind of coming back there. That definitely is not going to feel good, having the back-to-back reset. Sometimes that happens. If I'm Warrior Gamer right now, I'm thinking to myself, okay, we know what we have to do to get this down. Looks like it's a little bit of a bug action going on, which, to not deviate too much, but if on the tournament realm, if you run it out of the instance, it will sometimes take a lot longer to get loaded back into the game. So they'll be using an item called a Town Portal, which is available to just act as a Valdrak and Hearthstone. But if I'm Warrior Gamer, that definitely doesn't feel good having those back-to-back wipes on the boss. So they might want to kind of address, like, is it worth pulling into the boss? And if it is, just needing to kind of have that better positioning to avoid it. But there's so much stuff, like you said, that goes on with all of that pull. They definitely have the ability to do it. It'll just be needing to get everything to just line up correctly.
Yeah, because when the guys are spinning and you have the soak going out, usually the tank is the safest one that can take it, because the tank has like all the parry chance and everything, and it's really scary for the rest of your DPS to do it. But then you also run the risk of, when you're running the other circles out that drops the sand, you take a chunk of damage after that goes out. You want to make sure that's also timed properly, that you don't get jumped on after you drop the sand, because you can also die there. So there's a lot of timings you have to get down. You have to make sure you get that interrupt. Tank is taking a lot of damage from the tempo slices, and when the tank buster comes out on the boss as well. So again, a lot going out all at once. I don't know if they're going to keep trying this pull. I know this pull is kind of necessary for higher keys to make sure you have time on the last boss. So we'll see if they attempt it again, or they're just going to opt to do the pulls separately just so they could get this key on the board.
It does look like they're at least getting up into that setup. And it's a little interesting because they are the only team so far that hasn't, at least from what I can remember paying attention to, they are the ones choosing to just kind of skip a lot more. It does look like they did have a body pull of the two Rippers up there, which means there's just going to be a lot more to pay attention to with having two more of those big AoE leaps happening. So this is definitely way more dangerous than it has been, at least based on just grabbing the pack at the bottom of the stairs. If they were bringing the other ones, it's just, there's so much more to pay attention to. They're doing a really good job so far. They just have to make sure that they are getting the soaks as appropriate and dodging just all of the things that are coming out.
Yep, it looks like the tank definitely jumped into both soaks this time, so that is good. Spins are going out, but everyone's really healthy. They're going to drop their pools now, and the trash pool is almost dead, so it looks like they did do this a lot better. Here comes Chrono Shear, already removed. Great preparation for that. And yeah, it looks like they're actually going to clean up this pool, and they did it. Third time is the charm. That is why, that is the saying, and they did it on their third one.
All right. Yeah, they were able to clean that all up with those extra rippers on top of the pull on the bottom. Looks like the last of it is dead. Now it is just the boss proper, needing to make sure that they get all the soaks, that they're not stacking soaks on soaks. Just there's so much stuff that can go wrong. I'm not saying there have been times, Rogue might shadow step and forget they had the ring, and things happen kind of stuff, but Warrior Gamer doesn't have to worry about that. They have cleaned up what they need to, and they will be getting this 26 Chrono card done way more smoothly. Sometimes third time is really the charm. As they're finishing this up, looks like we're going to have Ukrainian WoW on the 24th fall, Armies finishing up the Waycrest Manor, and then Coast Guard Gaming is getting ready to make their way up to the third boss in Blackrock Hold. And with the death of Chronokar, I think this is a quite well-timed part of the competition to do a quick ad break. So we are going to do a quick 90 seconds of ads. However, if you don't want to do ads, you can support us. You can go ahead and subscribe. You only have to do it the one time, and then you don't have to worry about the ads. So we will see all of you back that are not subscribed here after this ad break. And then those that can still hear us after that ad break, thank you for being supporters. supporters. We definitely appreciate it. It allows AFDL to keep doing these crazy awesome events, and it directly impacts the charities. So we appreciate your willingness to subscribe.
So I am getting word that with the scoring after Army just 3 chested their Waycrest, I believe, US Army is now in first place with 73 points, which means they bypassed Warrior Gamers, who are at 72 points right now. And then Coast Guard Gaming and Ukrainian WoW are tied for third. So looks like Warrior Gamer and US Army are going to be bouncing back and forth for that first place spot for today.
And I'm sure they will be doing a lot of that bouncing back and forth because the Army has still yet to put on their full board of 26s. They're getting ready to jump right back into this Waycrest manner. It's looking like on the side of the Army. Ukrainian WoW on Chronocar, first boss of fall on their 24. Coast Guard is on that third boss. And then we look over to the Warrior Gamer, and they're getting ready to go around that ring. And while we're talking about Warrior Gamer, we're currently looking at him. We can do another bit of a shout out. So the AFDL would like to do a shout out for the tank of Warrior Gamer, Danny Boy. So Danny did 6 years of service in the Navy, has been playing WoW on and off since vanilla, and currently is a mage main. So that is very cool to see Danny in the position of a demon hunter, at least as I'm seeing it on the screen. I do not like mages, but mage players are okay. And a bit of a shout out that we have here, the highest key that Danny has done was a 29 Grimrail Depot. So not a lot of people liked that dungeon, but apparently Danny did. So thank you for your service, Danny. And it's awesome to be able to see you competing in the tournament.
I want to give an extra shout out to Danny because in our charity event that we just hosted last week, Danny actually offered to volunteer to help with Mythic Plus carries, and I can't remember what he played. I'd have to look, but he definitely helped with that too. So I think all in all, he loves being involved in community events, which is awesome to see in players. So thank you, Danny, and shout out again to you.
Yeah, not bad for a mage player. We'll give it that. We were having this, my guild, we were having a conversation. It just feels like mages have been in power for too long now.
It's always the mages and the warlocks. That's always what it is.
It's either one or the other, or it's both.
Yep.
For every season so far, it's either mage is really good, warlock's really good, but a lot of it is just mage. Now you can have some really great mages like Danny. We've seen him in the past compete on mage since we just shouted him out. He's doing a really solid job. Powerhouse. Also, he is an alumni Air Force Gaming competitor, but now he is, running things with Warrior Gamer. He's just, well, not running it, but he is one of the players there. He's been helping with them in these events since Warrior Gamer has started competing in the AFDL. He is a very top tier mage player and have been doing a lot of Evoker as well this expansion. So the players can be great. It's just, maybe just one season we can not have to see Time Warp anywhere. Wouldn't be a huge issue.
Maybe the war within is a war within the classes that exist, and we should abolish mages next expansion. I think I'd be down for that.
100% agree. Just give, just make power infusion, just make that Time Warp. So there's PI, it's a lust instead. Congratulations. And then
people don't have to argue over PI anymore. Oh man, that would be amazing.
Oh yeah. But kind of looking at what the teams are doing, does look like the Army is in their 24 Waycrest manor, electing to grab some of the souls. We've seen a couple times the teams today in the Waycrest missing like a fraction of a percent, which they've had to remedy on the souls. So, Army, they're just getting that out of the way and electing to do like we've seen with Warrior Gamer in their Waycrest and a couple of the Waycrests today, go right into a trash pack, that big hallway with a lot of non-stunnable. There needs to be a lot of kicks there. There's not a lot of CC that can be done in this poll, but they elect to use their Time Warp, and they're just getting everything taken care of, and the Army is just cleaning this up. You can see on the meter, Fire Mage isn't doing a whole lot in this pool in particular, but the Havoc DH and the Ret Paladin have just absolutely destroyed that trash pack. Now, Warrior Gamer on the 26th, they are running it back. Looks like they may have had some issues. They are grabbing those 2 Rippers at the top, bringing that down into boss. That was their strat. And then we can see Coast Guard Gaming finishing. They're getting into that last boss. They still have about 4 minutes left at the final boss on their 21 Blackrook, so we'll be seeing that triple chest here shortly. And Ukrainian WoW is in that ring, kind of finishing up, getting ready to get to the Manifested Timeways.
Yeah, so it looks like all teams after Coast Guard Gaming times are 21, all teams will be working on a 24 or higher. All those low keys, at least for these 3 dungeons, are out of the way until they get their new dungeon tomorrow. So I think a lot of these teams are in pretty good positions. I think ending the day with like 26s across the board is like the bare minimum of where you want to be at, because you get another dungeon tomorrow and then another dungeon Sunday, so you want to make sure you have time to allocate runs to those dungeons as well. And again, figure out like which dungeon are the other teams struggling with, which one should we be pushing up, or which ones can we confidently time and then say, okay, let's stop here and work on other ones. So you're going to see a lot of that coming into play over the next 2 days.
Absolutely. And to kind of, I know we've been putting a lot of focus on Warrior Gamer, but as they have leapt into the death that is Chronocar, what better way to shout them out than doing the caster curse, putting the spotlight on them as things are going bad? What better way than to shout out the organization itself? So, Warrior Gamer, dive into the heart of heroism with Warrior Gamer Foundation, where American veterans and vibrant youth unite through the power of gaming. Beyond entertainment, they're a beacon of health, wellness, and community connection. Each game played, every interaction is a step toward healing and unity, where gaming ignites transformation, fosters bonds, and births legends. Warrior Gamer, where heroes game and communities flourish. Now, they were our first place Summer Clash 2023 champions. They definitely show up. They show out. Looks like Chronocar, this 26 fall is giving them just a little bit of issues, but they are, they're not doing easy pools. I feel like that should be said. Now, for some people who on live might be doing 29s, 30s, 31s, whatever, a 26 is still pretty difficult. It's not in that level when you're trying to pull multiple mobs on a fortified key into bosses. That's a lot of damage. And the fact that the Mistweaver is able to do what they can, like a lot of these things, like they are putting in that work. It does look like Army is getting ready to finish up the Triad on their 24, and Ukrainian WoW looks like they had a wipe on their 24 fall Manifested Timeways. It is looking like they're waiting for the boss to respawn before they give it another go, though.
Yeah, it looked like when I looked over, it looked like their tank went down, and I'm not sure if they had a battle res available, so the other 2 DPS went down, so they just reset it. But yeah, I think it's okay for them to stay in this 24, because you may not 3-chest it, but I believe they have more than enough time to still 2-chest it, so they're opting to stay in, because jumping to that 26 will still keep them on pace with the other teams. So, but yeah, it looks like Warrior Gamer is struggling kind of in this 26 fall. Again, the first part of this dungeon is very scary. You have this pull into the first boss, you go into the second room with the sand, and that's where most of your deaths tend to happen, with the dots going out and all the damage and the interrupts that are required. So I'm kind of not surprised this is happening. Teams are going to start getting to those thresholds where, okay, this is struggling. We really need to focus in and perfect these pulls. So again, the higher and higher these keys go, you are going to start seeing a lot of more of these dungeon resets now.
Oh yeah, and even when you're like looking at, I know we talked about a little bit around the ad break about the leaderboard, but when you really look at it and break it down, Warrior Gamer is currently slotted as tied with first in the weight crest. So Warrior Gamer and Coast Guard Gaming are the only ones to have this 24 weight crest. But then you have Army and Coast Guard both with the 26 fall. Then you have Army and Ukrainian WoW with the 26 Blackrook. So Warrior Gamer is coming at this. They know they need to get this 26 on the board in order to kind of get that get their first 26 up, but then also just to kind of put themselves in there. There's very much this it's starting as we're getting to this last hour, in the last 45 minutes. They're the only team that currently does not have a 26 on the board, but they have multiple high keys in the bags. So the 26 fall isn't their only option, but they most likely feel very pressured into needing to get the fall on the board and may elect to put their bandwidth somewhere else for the rest of the competition.
And again, these teams have been running for 4 hours and 15 minutes today. So not only are they getting to the higher keys, but these players are probably exhausted. I know, like for me at least, running 2 to 3 hours of keys, I'm kind of chilling. But by that fourth or fifth hour, I'm kind of done. Especially with them being back to back. If you're just doing keys on live, usually you get a break every now and then with your team, like saying, "Oh, okay, let's take like a 5 to 10 minute bio," or "Oh, I need an AFK for like a quick 20 minutes. Let me just grab something to eat." These teams know they get the 15-minute break that they can decide to use, and then they're keying the rest of the time. So these players have got to be exhausted at this point, and I honestly don't blame them. But they're still pushing through, they're still tackling these high keys, and they're still putting those points on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. Now, I'm sure the viewers, as they can see in the top left, Coast Guard Gaming has been kind of on this break page. We did receive kind of an update from staff. There was a potential ability bug that admins are investigating. So currently, there is that bit of a pause being put on the Coast Guard. They will get that time back. So for all of our Coasty fans, this is not this isn't an injustice being carried out against the Coast Guard. We will make sure that they, once everything has been taken care of, they will be able to get that time back. But sometimes the game's not perfect, so there are cases where, especially when paladins are concerned, uh, sometimes there's a couple bugs. So we're just making sure that everything is good on that end. And as we receive an update, we will be able to let everybody know. Now, what we can see though is Warrior Gamer able to get into that second part of the dungeon. They're 4 minutes in, cleaning up the entire circle, being able to kind of manage that. You can see the mind-controlled incorporeal helping out, making the damage less. So there's just not as much big hits going on. They're managing their kicks appropriately. We can see down in the bottom left, Ukrainian WoW, they are on the third boss, the Blight of Galakron, they're about to get onto it. They're finishing up that dragon trash, leading up on a fortified key that can be pretty dangerous, but it looks like they are being able to manage all of that output damage pretty well. The healer's doing a really good job of maintaining all of that. And then Army on the 24th, they've already gotten the triad down. It looks like they are finishing up some trash, getting ready to get into that soulbound Goliath. Now, while we have a quick moment, wanted to go ahead and just do some shout out to our partners that are making this event possible, and without them, this would not be nearly as high quality. I would first love to shout out Chaos Creative. They're our production partner. Chaos Creative is a production agency brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level, online, in person, or hybrid. No matter what your event looks like, they're an incredible team, can help you manage the chaos. Reach out on social media at Chaos Creative GG, or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your big ideas to life. Before we go ahead and do our next partner shout out, we're going to go ahead and give the attention to Warrior Gamer as they're on the big screen here. Not to invoke any crazy caster curses. Cherry, what are you seeing here? They were able to kind of get over that initial hurdle we saw with Chronocar. Now they're at probably one of the most dangerous parts of the key. What do you think is going through their head right now?
So if I were this team, I would get through this anomaly first because this anomaly is scary. But tackling the boss, you have a hunter, mage, and shadow priest DPS comp. Notoriously, all of which tend to be very squishy. So usually what healers tend to do on this boss is they have a dispel priority. So whether or not this team has established one, usually like the hunter might be dispelled first because all they really have to negate damage is turtle. They have acceleration to heal, and then they have one other ability. I forget what it's called, but it's like a damage reduction thing if your pet is a cunning pet.
Survival
So
of the fittest.
that's what it is. Thank you. So that's all they have. Whereas the priest can opt to shield themselves, they can fade, they can desperate prayer, they can disperse. Mage can alter. You got cauterize, you got cold blood. You have a lot. You have mass barrier and stuff like that. So I'm thinking here that the hunter's going to be dispelled first, but again, when it comes to this boss and going into it with this comp, all I'm thinking is we need to make sure we are dispelling immediately. So whoever's getting dispelled needs to make sure that they go into the light zone immediately. And then the healer needs to have, what is it, Abyss Weaver? So they need to have Shaylun's gift ready to top everybody before the second dispel goes off. All while doing that, dealing with incorporeal and dodging the balls. So this is a boss you definitely want to focus on. You're like the tank's already doing. This is a boss you want to play top down. There's a lot going on.